아, 삭삭이 반갑다잉. 취소되어 버렸어요. 하하. 약속이 취소되어 버렸어. 짭짜님이 나 유기했어요. 아, 됐고. 셜록홈즈의 유언 출발. The Testament of Sherlock Holmes. 오잉? 프로그웨어스. 셜록홈즈의 유언. 아. 이 새끼들 뭐야 이거? 남의 물건 존나 뒤지고 막 건들고 난리 났네. 아오.
Ah! What's this? No. Baba. Boop, boop. La la la.
진짜 불쾌하게 생겼네. 맛은 아니야 저거?
Ooh. Oh, look! It's a book! Maybe it's a book about pirates with a treasure map.
남의 방에서 뭐 하는 거요?
No, I don't think so. I wish that I had seen through all your lies. Oh, start from the beginning, not the middle. And so I decided to pick up my pen to relate the most disturbing episode of my life thus far.
It all began early one morning in 1898 when Sherlock Holmes invited me to accompany him on a visit to the
커닝햄 후작을
Marquis of
발문하려
Conyngham.
던 1898년. 홈즈 얼굴 그대로네. 게임 다른 게임인데.
Watson, my dear fellow,
아,
we can
이대로
now
계속
go and
썼나 보다.
inform the Marquis that we have found the Samoan necklace, and very much faster than Inspector Baines, too, which pleases me.
Have you really solved the theft, Holmes? And so quickly?
I have indeed, Watson, and believe me, it was completely unnecessary to spread
경감은
out
또
all
베인스
over London,
경감이야?
as our friend Baines thought was best. He likes to boast that his methods are equal to mine, but once again the outcome has
그런 같은
contradicted
시리즈인
him.
듯.
After all these years of accompanying you upon your investigations, I thought that by now I should be reasonably capable of following
이게 더
your
옛날
train
거야.
of thought. But in this particular case, I must admit that I don't understand anything at all.
Ah, you see, but you do not observe, Watson. There lies the difference. It is a matter of course.
A matter of course, in the middle of the night, when everyone is fast asleep, the service bell within that room rings out and alerts the servants. They dress quickly and come running, but the door is locked and there
무슨
is a
소리요?
strong
무슨
smell of
사건인데?
burning from within. A few seconds later, the master of
아,
the house
강도당했다.
himself, the robbed Marchioness's husband, the Marquis of Conyngham, arrives and unlocks the door using the sole key. A fire has started inside the room, but they have managed to arrive in time to put it
두고
out.
보니까
It
목걸이가
is at
사라졌다.
that moment that the Marquis realizes that the famous Samoan necklace, which had been safe within its glass cabinet only a few hours earlier, has now disappeared.
In order to explain, let us confirm my theory before the arrival of Inspector Baines.
딱 봐도 청소하던 하인들이 훔쳤겠네. 어우, 조작감 레전드인데? 왜 안 멈춰 이 새끼?
This window was cut with a diamond, a clean, discreet piece of work.
다이아몬드를
This is
잘랐다고?
where the necklace was.
See how tiny the hole is, and not one fingerprint upon the window.
근처 창가로 이동시키세요. 아니 왜 지 혼자 계속 움직이냐? 이 새끼 안 멈춤.
All the windows are locked. They've not been forced.
조작감 지리네 리얼.
A mark, undoubtedly made by a diamond. Someone tried to cut the glass, but he was interrupted.
Therefore, the thief tried to escape through the window, but he was interrupted.
그러면 같이 있었다는 거 아니야? 면식범이네 면식범. 아니 그 돋보기 주머니칼 성냥. 돋보기로 피아노 근처의 악보를 살펴보세요. 어지럽네.
I need something.
돋보기.
Let us examine the crumpled scores that have fallen.
아니 어떻게 쓰는 건데?
Let us examine the crumpled.
아,
Nothing of interest here. These sooty prints were
손.
left by a tiny hand.
I don't understand why these music scores are covered with soot.
1인칭 시점. 빠른 이동. 스페이스. 육감 활성화.
When the servants arrived at the door,
1인칭이
having been
낫다.
alerted by the bell, they saw evidence of the theft and the fire, but they didn't see the thief.
This door is very hard to force. The Marquis is the only person to have
창문으로도
the key.
못 나가고
The
여기로도
thief
못
could not
나갔어.
get out through here
어떻게 됐지?
until eventually, when the door was opened by the servants.
What do you think, Holmes?
Let us search the room before the police get here. We might throw some light onto all this. Strange. There are some objects here that have been knocked over.
물건들이 쓰러져 있다.
The fire started here, just beneath the bell pull.
Whoever pulled the cord would have had his feet in the fire, unless it was pulled
발에
before the
화상을
fire
입었고
started.
여기에 같이 있었고 손이 작고.
The chest wasn't opened. The necklace wasn't in it.
보관함은 열지 않았어. 그냥 목걸이만 훔쳤어. 왜일까?
These documents are not very interesting, even though they're addressed to the Minister of Maritime Affairs.
The Marquis himself. This draft screen makes an ideal hiding place.
아, 여기 숨어
As the
있었나?
theft was committed at night, I conclude that the thief
Wow.
hid himself behind the draft screen and waited until he was alone in the room. Strange. There aren't
근데 여기
any
숨었는데
prints,
흔적이
yet
없다.
I'm sure that the thief hid here.
왜일까? 한 거 아니야?
Heading towards his chosen escape route, probably the window, the thief knocked over the stool, which then caught fire.
But why didn't he try to put the fire out at once?
불을 끄지 않은 이유? 몰라 이 새끼야.
Not very well kept, this aquarium. I can see a dead fish floating on the surface.
어항 관리가 안 되어 있다.
All the windows are locked. They've not been forced.
Footprints. You are not going to get on your knees to examine them.
There is no need. It is soot. The servants must have trodden in it while they were putting out the
띵
fire.
소리 계속 나네. 힘밖에.
The fire started.
Whoever
안 한 게 있어? 안 것 같았는데.
a candle. It must have fallen from the chandelier.
Ah, Mr. Holmes, you're already here.
Good morning, Inspector. You've arrived just in time.
Scotland Yard arrives like the cavalry, always in the nick of time. Ah, but I know that satisfied expression, Mr. Holmes.
내가
Have you already
해결했다고?
solved the case?
어떻게?
It's possible.
We have retraced the thief's rather unusual footsteps. He is a true acrobat. But what I cannot understand is that when the servants entered the room, there was no one to be seen. An acrobat, perhaps, but an invisible one? I do not think so.
The only explanation is that the thief escaped before the servants arrived. I don't know how, but there is
하인이
no
도착하기 전에 도둑이 빠져나갔거나 하인 중에 한
Half
명이
a point for the
도둑이거나.
doctor, nil for the inspector.
I'm pleased to see that you find the situation amusing, Mr. Holmes. Very well then, explain.
Dr. Watson was correct when he mentioned acrobatics, but he is mistaken about the nature of the acrobat. As for you, Baines, you're quite incorrect, as the thief was in the room when the servants entered.
Explain, for heaven's sake, Mr. Holmes.
Watson, how could a thief be missed in the middle of 8 men?
I don't know. Because he is very small? Stop teasing us, Holmes.
Exactly, because he is small, small and remarkably agile.
You're thinking of
홀드링 아이.
a monkey?
And a trained monkey at that,
에?
without a doubt.
원숭이가 범인이라고?
Leopithecus rosalia from Central America.
이 말 진짜야?
The animal had been hidden inside the room for several hours, calmly awaiting the signal from his master. Once night had
아니,
fallen and the room was
이런 걸
empty,
어떻게
a
맞춰?
high-frequency whistle alerted the monkey that it was time to begin the procedure for which he had been trained. The monkey emerged from his hiding place
얼탱이
and
없네.
used the point of a diamond to open the glass cabinet and steal the necklace. He headed across to the window by the chimney, but knocked over the stool, which in turn knocked aside the fire guard and started the fire. The frightened monkey jumped from the chimney by swinging from the bell pull, thus alerting the house servants. He then went to the window and began to use his diamond to cut a hole, but was interrupted by the staff trying to gain entry via the door, and he panicked again. He ran across the piano, scattering the music scores onto the floor, before hiding inside the chandelier, knocking over a candle.
아,
Finally, the servants and the Marquis entered the room, leaving the door open while they put out the
짤숭이
fire.
능력
It was
제대로네.
during the confusion that our agile little thief made his escape through the doorway. As simple as that.
A brilliant explanation. Bravo, Holmes.
And the necklace?
I can see it from here, my friends. It's right in front of us.
We have searched the room from top to bottom, Holmes. How were we unable to find it?
Because we paid insufficient attention to the only victim of this affair.
What victim? No one is
원숭이가
dead?
죽어 있나 보네.
Yes, Watson.
Ah.
A poor goldfish whose
Eh?
destiny was to die, crushed by one of the most precious necklaces in England.
What?
The aquarium is just beneath the chandelier. I understand.
The little monkey had likely hung the necklace around its neck
아,
and
목걸이
lost it when he left
제자리에
the
있어?
chandelier. The jewels fell into the aquarium where they remain now.
으아. 뭐야 이거? 도둑질 존나 소용없었네.
Marquis, here is your necklace, intact, just a little wet.
Mr. Holmes, this brilliant demonstration does credit to your reputation.
Thank you so much, Marquis. Do you wish
뭘
to
지가
verify
훔쳐,
the
아우.
authenticity of your jewel?
No, I recognize it. I have spent many hours admiring it.
경찰은 그냥
Good. I will
해줘.
return it to its box and
Inspector, a bank has just been held up. You must follow me at once. Orders of Scotland Yard.
What times?
Sirs, duty calls. My regards, Marquis. And well done again, Mr. Holmes.
there, the necklace is in its box. We've lost enough time here. Let's go home, Watson.
Ah, very well, as you wish. A good day to you, Marquis.
With pleasure, gentlemen. And once again, thank you.
이젠 강도요? 티타임 즐겨주면서
This morning's newspaper. Holmes, have you read this article about you?
No, Watson, not yet, and I won't have time to.
Read it before you leave. It's outrageous.
If you insist.
응? 내 기사요? 방 똑같네 그냥.
Read the paper, Holmes.
저명한 탐정 셜록 홈즈가 값비싼 사모화산 목걸이 도난 사건의 수사 결과를 알리기 위해 초대되었다. 어쩌고저쩌고. 독자들은 그 후에 홈즈가 한 여성의 의뢰를 받아 저택을 찾아왔다는 사실을 상기할 것이다. 어? 셜록 홈즈 엉텅이 추리를 늘어놓다. 오잉? 실제로 값비싼 보석이 전시되어 있던 동안 방문이 잠겨있던 동안 목걸이가 사라졌다. 이건 다 아는 내용이고. 응? 셜록 홈즈가 목걸이를 금고 안에 넣어놓고 저택을 떠났다고? 후작은 목걸이가 진품이 아닌 싸구려 모조품에 불과하다는 사실을 깨달았다. 냉? 후작의 할아버지가 어쩌고저쩌고 팬턴 아르윗경이 19세기에 데려왔는데 결혼식 예물이었다. 모든 가능성을 생각해보면 목걸이와 모조품을 바꿀 수 있었던 이가 홈즈가 아니었을까? 아니 진품 하라고 했잖아. 영국 왕실을 모독하는 데 추잡한 욕망을 가지고 있는 프랑스인이자 기막히게 운이 좋아 홈즈에게서 벗어난 아르센 뒤패. 얘가 약간 홈즈의 숙적인가 보네. 홈즈와 친분이 있는 사람이라면 그가 이타적인 법의 수호자라기보다는 기회주의자면서 권력에 욕심이 많은 성격이다. What? 존 왓슨 박사의 이야기를 통해서 전해지는 홈즈에 대한 설명은 진실과는 많이 왜곡되어 있다. 실제로 홈즈의 행동은 사람을 조롱하고 업신 여기는 데다 거만하면서 경찰에게는 공격적인 성향을 보인다. 특히 요양 중인 레스트레이드 경감이 어디 갔나 했네. 요양 중이었구나. 베인스 경감이 대신하고 있고. 게다가 헤로인이나 코카인류의 마약을 습관적으로 복용한다고 전해진다. 이건 맞긴 해. 왜 자신의 손으로 그 목걸이를 금고에 돌려놓았을까? 이 사건에서 홈즈가 비도덕적인 욕망을 품었던 게 아닐까? 단순히 값비싼 목걸이를 차지하기 위해 치졸한 속임수를 쓴 것에 불과한 걸까? 계속 연재됩니다. 오스몬드 팔리. 우드빌 왕자. 어쩌고 저쩌고.
Prince Woodville, French culinary expert and bagpipe player, might be our next king. That's not
띵
so
하는 거
shocking,
뭐지?
my dear fellow.
You know exactly to which article I'm referring, Holmes. How can Farley dare to tarnish your reputation like that?
You know, Watson, that wherever glory walks, jealousy is bound to follow. As for the forgery of the necklace, I suspect that we shall
아니
soon
어떻게
be
갑자기
enlightened in this
위조라고 말할
regard.
수가 있지?
Come in, Inspector Baines. The door's open.
애초에 지가 맞다 그랬잖아 후작이. 이 짱년아.
Ah, Mr. Holmes. How did you know I was here?
You are one of our rare visitors who avoids the second-to-last step of the stairs, which creaks dreadfully. And if I add the clinking of the handcuffs at your belt, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit, Inspector?
Have you read that rag?
목걸이.
Inspector, I assume that you have the fake necklace with you. It's why you're here. Your superiors would like me to examine it.
Indeed. They would like you to confirm or deny.
진짜
putting this
가짜였던
fake in
거야
the
그게?
box.
후작 병신이네. 뭐
I must go to the house
옛날부터
of Lord
봤다고 막
Peregrine
괜찮다며.
Maitland, the Bishop of
어이없네.
Knightsbridge.
Inspector, can you explain this slander? Has the necklace of the Samoas really been replaced by a fake?
I don't know how the reporter got hold of the information, but it's
진짜로
true.
가짜인가
About the
보네.
necklace, of course.
지가 가라 했잖아.
I wouldn't permit myself
저 옛날부터
to
봐서
question
알아요.
the
이거
integrity
진짜네요.
and honesty
가세요
of Mr.
해놓고
Holmes.
씨발.
The necklace is a forgery? Impossible.
그러니까
I saw the
지가
Marquis
진품이라
authenticated
했다니까요.
before my very eyes, before Holmes returned it to its
어이가
place.
없네.
Mr. Holmes, the Marquis believes Osmond Farley's theory. I shouldn't be surprised if the reporter isn't behind all this slander about you. He's a freelancer, well known for his explosive and subjective articles. In any case, the Marquis assures us that you were the
아니.
last person to have the necklace in your hands.
What?
Let's return to the Marquis's house, Holmes. I'm sure that we'll have no trouble in taking apart this theory.
It is unnecessary. Such allegations collapse on their own, like one of Mrs. Hudson's soufflés. Let us leave the police to solve this problem and turn our attention to the matters in hand.
우리의 문제가
Perhaps you are
뭔데?
right, Holmes.
And the Marchioness?
She is beside herself. Without the necklace, her marriage
아
is
예물이라서
compromised. It is the
없어지면
principal
위태롭다고
item of the
결혼
young
생활이 그
woman's
정도요?
dowry.
What a lovely marriage. Holmes, forgive me for insisting, but don't you want to examine the fake jewelry?
Watson, I have an appointment, and it's out of the question that I arrive late.
아니 뭔
It will only take you
약속이길래?
a couple of minutes. You really must quell the suspicions put forward in this appalling article. If you will allow me, Inspector.
오히려
I
왓슨이
guess.
챙겨주네.
Very well.
What do you think, Holmes?
아 뭐야 이거?
This pearl is a different color. These three pearls are of
아니
poor
아까 있던 거랑
quality.
다른 거 아니야? 대놓고 병신인데 이건? 어이없네.
These three pearls.
아니 아까 내가 주웠던 목걸이랑 다른 목걸이 같은데?
These three pearls.
What do you think, Holmes?
뭘 어떻게 생각해? 다 맞잖아. 뭘 또 해? 아하.
This pearl is too small.
Ah.
It is not in its place here. Too many defects. This necklace is a fake. This is nothing but a vulgar copy, and at a glance it would appear that the
근데 이
forger has
정도로
intended
병신
for it to be
제품이면
seen as
아까
such.
How can
내가
we have been
찾아줬을 때
fooled by
후작이
such a
알아차렸을
blatant
텐데.
imitation? I don't understand.
Yes, how is it possible? Holmes, do you have a theory about this?
I have absolutely no idea. You insisted that I examine the necklace, and I have done so.
그 후에
Now it is
바뀌었다고?
important that I keep my appointment. I'm sure, Inspector, that you will throw some light on this affair.
Holmes.
You may accompany me, Watson, if you care to do so.
Goodbye, gentlemen. I'll keep you informed as to my inquiries.
Goodbye, Inspector. You mentioned a bishop, didn't you? Are we going to his home?
Yes, the Bishop of Knightsbridge. I put his address on our map of London on my desk. Would you get it for me, please?
All right, Holmes.
왓슨 박사. 나 왓슨 박사로 바뀌었어. 뭐 하라 그랬지? 형, 나한테 뭐 시켰어? 나 뭐 하라고?
And this is how my dear friend and colleague
뭘
treats his
배제면
clients'
구속이요.
letters. Hospitals and dispensaries in London. General practitioner. That won't be of any use to me. Female anatomy.
What?
I should put this book somewhere else. The harpoon that was used to kill Black Peter. A horrible
작살 이거. 이거 알고 있었는데. 작살 사건 저번에 했었던 것 같은데.
Here is where I write my stories about Holmes's cases. And I've got work to do.
이거 1인칭을 어떻게 바꾸더라? 아하.
Here is
아오, 이 3인칭이 더 병신 같아. 조작감이 쉽지 않네.
Have you found my map of London?
런던 지도 여기 있잖아.
I
이게
have
아닌가?
found your map.
이거구나. 아하.
The police? Already?
에?
How did you know?
May we see the Bishop of Knightsbridge?
Yes. Yes, of course. But come in.
우리 경찰은 아닌디.
What has happened, Reverend?
What?
I don't know. It was last night, I think. I only just arrived, and I have made this macabre discovery. My God. How horrible. I haven't called anyone. How did you know that?
Holmes, look!
헉?
The Bishop, appallingly
What?
mutilated.
How dreadful.
Mutilated. And killed. He was such a good man. How could anyone be so brutal? Look at him. He is barely recognizable now. How could any of God's children be responsible
뭐지? 갑자기 죽었네.
They were evidently unworthy children, Reverend. Now do please try to calm yourself and focus, because we will need your assistance.
왜 갑자기
Do you have any
죽여가지고?
idea as to the motive behind this?
I haven't had time to do an inventory, but nothing appears to have been stolen.
훔쳐간
And
것도
anyway,
없고
His
값비싼 물건도
Excellency didn't own
없고.
anything of great value. I don't know what else I can tell you.
Note this down, please, Doctor.
Doctor? But you aren't the police?
No, Reverend. I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr.
애초에
Watson.
우리가 죽여
We are
초대받고
here
온
at the
거구나.
request of the
헐.
Bishop.
In that case, I must ask you to leave. And not to touch anything. I must get in touch with the authorities without further delay.
경찰인 척 하지
when the
그랬어.
inspectors of Scotland Yard find themselves at a dead end, which they
맞아요.
quite
어차피
often
경찰이
do, I
나한테
assure
도움
you,
요청을
then
한다고.
they turn to me for help. If you allow us to continue our investigation, then you shall have the answers to all of your questions.
Out of the question! I don't even know you! I'm going to call the police, whether you like it or not.
It would be better for everyone, Reverend, if you kept your temper. Watson, are you taking notes? This affair promises to be a complex one. Therefore, we must not overlook the
아우,
slightest
목사님
detail.
기싸움 지리네.
Yes, Holmes. I am keeping a meticulous set
어차피
of
경감
notes.
부르면은
I
나한테
have
조사하라고
created a
시킬 건데
very
뭐.
clever deduction board. One thing we can be sure of at the moment is that this crime was not for gain. The Reverend has informed us that nothing valuable was stolen, and indeed, it would seem that the Bishop had nothing of any worth to take.
Very good, Watson. Do continue.
따지기 말이야. 주교는 값진 물건을 소유하지 않았다. 금고 내부에도 존재하지 않았다. 오우 쉣. 이빨 뽑힌 거임?
You can see by his expression that he suffered terribly.
His mouth is covered in blood.
야,
I can make out strips of skin between his teeth.
존나 아팠겠다.
You can see
His
His chest has been lacerated, I would say, with a very sharp and fine blade.
흉부 난도질. 약간 그거에 죽었나? 과다출혈로 죽었나? 발이 불탔어. 어우, 심지어 화상까지.
His feet have been burned.
My first impression is that he wears a size 9
What?
shoe.
You! But
신발
what does it
큰 거
matter?
신었다고? 발가락 잘렸다. 뭐야 이거?
Finger.
손가락이야?
Apparently it doesn't belong to the Bishop of Knightsbridge.
How dreadful.
어우, 제대로 고문당했구만.
This poor man was tied just below the knees.
To stop him from walking, certainly, but mostly to free his feet.
와. 손가락을 맞춰볼까? 어우, 손도 막. 손가락 얘 거 아닌데?
The fingers have been crushed and violently struck.
존나 그냥 온갖 고문 다 당했네.
The fingers have been crushed and violently struck. His forearms have been ripped. Pieces of skin
팔뚝을
have
또
been torn
뜯겼어.
off.
뭐지?
What do you think, Watson?
I'd say that he was eaten alive.
강아지한테 막
It is a
뜯기겠나?
curious degeneration of the skin tissue around the wounds.
My dear friend, everything
에?
points to this man having
스스로
gnawed
먹었다고?
at his own forearms.
That's unbelievable, Holmes. His stomach is covered in scratches.
복부는
Quite
옛날에
evidently,
긁었다.
they weren't made recently.
So, these wounds were not made by his murderers. A piece of rope that was used to tie up that poor man.
손가락 얘 거 아닌 것 같아. 손가락 얘 다 멀쩡해. 다 했잖아.
Something is missing here.
무언가
Oh, yes?
없어졌다고?
And what might that be?
His shoes. Watson, his shoes are missing.
아, 신발이 왜 없지?
This stove is filled to overflowing.
신발이 비쌌나?
A bottle of whiskey. I can make out fingerprints stained with blood and dirt.
위스키에 피로 지문 나 있고.
There is blood on this paperweight. This paperweight was used to crush the victim's fingers.
야, 잔인해.
Watch where you're putting your feet, Watson. Have you noticed these prints upon the ground?
Well, yes, those muddy marks.
See here, Watson. Footprints can often provide more vital information than the very best of informants.
Yes, if you know how to make them talk, that is.
It's child's play, Watson. We will begin by excluding the contaminating prints, which are yours and mine from where we came in, and those of our dear
우리
reverend
발자국이랑
who was so
목사님
impatient
발자국을 없애야
to call
된다고?
the police. I need something. I need something.
Oh shit.
That's not right. This print came from an expensive pair of shoes, and it seems recent.
비싼
It is
신발.
not a laborer's shoe. Hobnail boots like
징박힌
those worn
부츠.
by laborers.
이건 뭐지?
A fragment of stone. Peculiar.
볼?
Well-worn shoes with an odd pattern on the soles. Hobnail boots like those worn by Hobnail. Nothing of interest. Nothing
이건
of
뭐야?
interest.
아,
Size 9.
구문 이거 주교랑 똑같은데?
Size 9.
오잉?
Size 9. Size 9 and a half.
구문 반.
Size 9 and a half. Size 9.
구문 반. 구문.
Nothing of interest here. Nothing of interest here.
왜 신발이 한 개지 이 새끼는?
Size 9. Nothing of interest here.
한 방이 이미 방에 있던 사람 다른 방 엎혔다. 아, 한쪽 발? 모르겠는디? 일단 모르겠어.
You have no right to search here.
내가 하면 네가 뭐 할 수 있는데? 오잉?
I need something. Impossible.
뭐지 이게? 뭐
Reverend, I'm missing something. An implement with which to open this chest. Could you tell me where to find it?
No, go to the devil.
What are you afraid of, Reverend? What is inside the chest?
I'm not afraid of anything. In fact, I do have the necessary implements, but if I have to give them to anyone, it will be to a
공짜를 빨리 데리고 와야
representative of the
되는데.
law and no one else.
아유, 경감 데리고 올게. 기다려봐.
The picture of Peregrine Maitland,
Peregrine
commander of the
Maitland.
infantry brigade of Her Majesty's Guards at Waterloo.
The Bishop of Knightsbridge has the same name as his ancestor, an illustrious family.
아유, 귀찮게 말이야.
A whip?
No, it is a discipline for
했지.
self-flagellation. This metal rod is for
마미단이
fastening the
뭐지?
chalice. It's a cilice designed to bruise the person wearing it. The bishop wore
이래서
it as
배를 긁은
repentance.
흔적이 있던 거구나.
This very
이거는 주교가 마조이스트 아니야? 수련이 아니라 그냥 마조이스트 같은데. 여기도 있다.
A surgical scalpel
외과용
covered in
메스.
blood. There isn't any doubt. The wounds on the bishop were
메스로
administered
마구마구
with this
긁었구만.
scalpel.
closed. The veranda door hasn't been forced. Strange. Reverend, might I have the key?
주겠냐고.
No! You have no authority here. Let me call the police.
Perhaps we should listen to him, Holmes.
Perhaps you should let me get on with this, Watson.
설마 락픽이요? 그런 거 있어?
Closed.
쇠막대기 이걸로 하나? 돌조각으로 부셔?
Closed. 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 This door has not been forced. Where does it lead, Reverend?
To His Excellency's room. There is just
Oh.
a mattress and a stool.
이건 말해주네. 차 마시고
The bishop's bedroom. It is very austere.
소박하게
Nothing
사시네.
in
되게
particular here.
주교인데. 별거 없네.
What do you think, Holmes?
몰라 이년아. 오잉?
A broken phial and blood near the neck.
What a strange smell.
화학약품?
Ooh, chemical components, I think.
주교의 신발이 사라졌다. 베란다는 수색하지 않았다. 살인범은 주교가 살인범을 습격했다고? 살인범들은 근거를 열지 못했다. 주교는 스스로 채찍질했다. 주교는 자기 자신을 물어뜯었다. 플라스크에 피가 남아있다. 이거 두 번째가 좀 더 리즈너블한디. 특정한 무언가를 찾고 있었다. 일단 금고에 있는 걸 찾고 있었던 건가?
A broken bottle of whiskey. However,
Ah,
the Bishop of
술고래요?
Knightsbridge was known for his sobriety. It would seem that the brutes who tortured the bishop to death were intoxicated with alcohol.
발자국만 하면 끝이네.
I cannot leave now.
알았어. 구문 반, 구문
I need.
2명?
That's not right.
1명.
That's not right. Start again.
네? 그렇게 많다고? 아 설마 자살? 아니 내 손가락 부러뜨린 애가 있잖아.
Strange but true. One of the crooks was wearing a different pair of shoes
그래서
when he
반갑다.
left here.
다른 신발을 신은 건 맞아 일단. 한 명이 아니라고 이게? 구문 반.
Perfect. We
세
now
명이라고?
know that there were three crooks.
난
Therefore, we
모르겠는데.
have three men who came in and left again, but one of them was wearing
주교
a
신발
different pair
뺏어갔네.
of shoes from the ones which he came in with.
So, all we have to do is look for a workman who likes Italian shoes.
노동자 신발을 신고 들어왔고 3명이었고 한 명이 비싼 신발, 주교 신발 훔쳐갔고. 뭐 할 게 있나?
What should we do next, Holmes?
몰라 이년아.
Closed.
You have no right to search.
아우,
I cannot.
다 한 거 같은데? 얘 몸에서 안 한 거 있나 보네. 발? 뭐가 남았어?
These
아,
burns are
화상.
terrible.
My God, Holmes, this man was horribly tortured.
끝. 한 거 같은데? 주교의 신발이 사라졌고 신발을 신고 떠났다. 살인범 중 한 명은 주교의 신발을 신고 떠났다. 살인범들은 가난하다. 신발을 찾으러 돌아왔다? 들고 가면 되잖아. 고용됐다고? 고용된 건 모르겠는데. 고용됐다? 고용된 게 맞구나. 하긴 이 멍청한 애들이 여기 굳이 와서 뭐 하겠어. 자, 체크 완료. 피해자는 잔인하게 고문당했다. 스스로를 채찍질했다. 고문을 건드냈다. 금고 열라고 고문 존나 했는데 원래 평소에 자신을 고문하던 사람이라 이 정도는 괜찮은데 하다가 죽었구나. 원하는 것을 그래서 얻지 못했다.
Perfect. It is evident that the Bishop of Knightsbridge's killers were after something specific, and that they did not find it. Reverend, I shall ask you one more time. Open the chest. The item they were seeking must still be inside. It is unlikely that they will let this matter rest. They will most certainly return to finish what they started.
And I'm telling you once more, the chest is locked and shall remain so.
Very well. We have reached an impasse. You are a stubborn man, Reverend. Watson, accompany our friend to the police
결국엔
station
경찰
and
데려와야
return
되네.
with Inspector Baines and no one else. I shall wait for you here. Go. Alone at last. Now I can continue my investigation.
더 할 게 있나?
I need something.
무언가가 필요해. 그냥 돌두각으로 던져서 부시라니까. 이건 밧줄인가?
Impossible. These traces reveal that the thieves
그러네.
tried to open.
여기 열려고 개지랄 했었네. 말투 개찐다 같은데 탐정 맞아요? 그거 꺼. 그 뭐야? 머시기
Alone at last.
클린봇 꺼.
This lock should be easy to pick.
이걸로 하는 거
Let's see.
맞네. 꺼져 있는데. 난 보이는데. 어떻게 하는 거야 이거? 뭐지?
That's not right.
이게 뭐 하는 거야? 내려갔다가 올라갔다가 아. 이렇게다.
There we are. It is simplicity itself.
아니 이걸 어떻게 넣어서 이렇게 하는 건데?
There isn't anything much in this room. It must be used as a reading or meditation room. An ink stain, quite fresh. This stain is just on the edge of the rug. Let's see. There is nothing on the floor. Yet the
셜록은
ink must have
특수한
soaked
탐정이잖아요.
through the rug.
잉크를 쏟았는데 바닥에는 뭐가 없다. 뭐지?
There is nothing on the floor. Yet the ink. This inkwell was tipped over recently.
여기 넘어졌는데 자국이 여기 있다. 뭔가 안 맞아.
An ink stain.
엥?
The ink stain on the floor comes from the ink on the rug.
빨개를 이렇게
But they are not
돌려버렸네.
in the same place.
왜 돌린 거지?
Someone has moved the rug recently.
이 깔개 밑에 뭐 있나?
Apparently, someone wanted to hide this statue. This horse resembles.
아 이게 여는 도구다. 딱 봐도 체스말.
There is a message underneath this statue.
조각상 밑에 전원이 있다.
Let's see.
상상력이 부족하구나. 그만큼의 열정을 체스에 쏟아부거라. 나이트가 다른 칸을 모조리 지나친 다음 마지막 지점에 도착하는 정답이. 아.
This message was written by a woman, but for whom was
아까
it
그
intended?
판에서 나이트를 움직여야 되나
Interesting,
보네.
this chess game.
머리통 좀 써야 되네 거기서.
Impossible.
나이트 어떻게 꺼내 근데? 이걸 들고서 이렇게 해야 되나?
I am.
나이트 어떻게 들고 오지? 체스말. 뭐야 이거?
That is curious. There is something strange on the floor. Certain
바닥이
stones have been marked
아
out,
그러네.
just like a chessboard.
아 바닥 이게 체스판이구나. 여기 야 이거 전체 다 찍기? 생각하기 어려운데. 퉁퉁퉁퉁퉁 퉁퉁퉁 이거 어려워. 그냥 해. 난 대충 혀. 하다 보면 되겠지. 좆된 것 같으면 개추. 어떻게든 하고 있긴 함. 여기 가면 여기 가야 되고, 여기 가면 여기 가야 되고, 여기 가면 여기 가야 되고. 되네? 이렇게 이렇게 이렇게. 근데 이게 안 된다. fuck. 여기로 가면은 여기로 가야 되고, 여기로 가면 여기 이미 망했는데? 여기를 채울 방법이 없어요. 여기를 채우고 돌아올 방법이 없어. 그냥 인생 망함. 개 아깝다. 한 개 남았어. fuck.
That's not right.
일단 테두리를 채워. 같은 모양으로 만들어. 이렇게. 뭔 말인지 알지? 그리고 어디로 갈까? 선택지는 여기 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 여긴데. 이게 맞나? 좀 느낌 있어? 됐나? 캬 형이야.
This last piece should be the good one. It will have to be pulled free. I need some.
응? 4월 24일 내 사랑 아름다운 봄이 왔어요. 오늘은 정말이지 굉장한 날이죠. 우리 막내 아이의 생일이니까요. 아이가 처음 내뱉는 말을 아마 당신을 위한 말이겠죠. 정말이지 당신을 그리워하고 있답니다. 저도 그렇고 말이에요. 일요일 저녁 기도 후에 휴가를 받는다는 게 정말인가요? 제 생각에는 9월 14일 당신 제가 고집 부린다고 생각하는 거 알아요. 하지만 우리 관계는 꼭 정당화시켜야 해요. 이대로 평생 죄인처럼 살 순 없잖아요. 3월 3일 당신의 처지가 쉬운 게 아니라는 걸 알고 있어요. 하지만 저희 처지는 생각해본 적 있으신가요? 저랑 이 아이들의 처지 말이에요. 아이들의 미래를 타협할 생각은 전혀 없어요. 소위 스캔들이라고 불리는 사건을 지닌 채로 우리의 가족이 행복하게 살 수 있을 것 같나요? 합법적인 가족이 되어야 한다고요. 목사가 지금 여인이랑 섹스해서 아이까지 낳아놓고 모른 척하고 있는 거네.
That affair isn't official. Perfect. I have you now, my wayward reverend.
근데 이걸 왜 알아야 하지?
Ah, Watson, you were gone a terribly long time, and Inspector Baines isn't with you.
I'm afraid not, Holmes. We were unable to find him.
Dr. Watson would not allow me to contact any inspector other than this Baines. What manners!
다른 경감은 우리 모르니까.
My dear Reverend, I notice that you are a chess lover. I trust you will excuse me, but I am never
체스로
able to
돌려주면서.
resist the appeal of a half-finished game.
You are an expert at chess. Very well then. What do you want now?
As you might have guessed, resolving your small chess problem has allowed me to discover some very interesting letters.
Letters? What do they say?
Reverend, why hide these letters here and run the risk of the bishop finding them?
Holmes, what's in the letters?
Not now, Watson.
목사
Where
호다닥.
else could I have hidden them? My own chambers are too austere. They could offer no cover. I knew, however, that His Excellency, may he rest in peace, would not notice my game.
The contents of the Bishop of Knightsbridge's chest interest me greatly.
그냥 보관함 열개
Give
해줘
me
이
the
새끼야.
evidence you hold, Reverend.
Out of the question.
협박한다.
Do you understand that you are the prime suspect in this terrible murder?
What? But that's ridiculous.
Think for one moment, who profits from this crime?
Not me.
I think so, yes. With the Bishop of Knightsbridge no longer here, you are now the
좋아, 좋아. 돌리고 돌려.
director of the diocese, are you not?
Yes, until another incumbent is appointed. But
이런 새끼는 강하게
Position
나가야
which
돼.
should logically come to you. The police will not overlook that.
they will never believe you.
But of course they will. Do not forget who I am, Reverend.
You are odious. Here are the stems that you were
좋았다.
looking for. You have won.
Evidently, as I always do. What are you able to tell us about the Bishop of Knightsbridge's last
항상
visit?
이기긴 합니다만.
Did anyone come to visit him? Did he seem worried, anxious? Do not omit the smallest detail.
His nephew came to see him yesterday at His Excellency's request. I found
조카?
this visit a little peculiar because the young man rarely
자주
visits
오던
his
사이는 아닌데 갑자기 찾아왔다.
Do you know why that might be? Were they on bad terms?
I don't think so. It's rather a consequence of his work. The young man is employed within the archive section of the Royal
왕립도서관의
Library.
기록 보존
Doesn't leave him with a
보관부서.
lot of free time.
Do you
바쁘게
know
산다.
the reason for
왜
his
불렀을까?
summons?
No, but the conversation was very heated. It only lasted
몇
for a
분도
few
됐지
minutes
않아?
and ended
크게 화를
with the
냈다.
nephew in a terrible rage.
Interesting.
I've answered your questions. Will you now let me contact the authorities?
I'm afraid not, Reverend. Not
갖고
just
노네 그냥.
yet.
뭔 경찰이요.
All right, now we can open the safe.
내가 한다니까. 아 이거야. 이게 뭐임? 엥? 이게 뭐 하는 거야? 이게 뭐임? 엥? 엥? 아. 아. 그러네. 이게 어떻게 안 겹치는 거지? 어. 아. 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 음흠. 어. 아. 아. 애초에 이 새끼가 여기 있으면 안 되나 본데? 아. 아. 크악. fuck. 느낌 살짝 왔는데? 이제 양쪽 끝에만 넣으면 되잖아. 아. 이게 어떻게 안 겹치죠? 아. 아. 하나 남았는데. 흠. 씨발. 아, 하나 남았잖아. 여기 다 안 되잖아, 이제. fuck. 아. 엄준식.
Now I can open the chest.
어렸?
Here we are. I am eager to discover what remarkable treasure could justify such an act of barbarity.
Extraordinary.
아, 카페에 올렸어?
This chest is
내 힘으로 할 수 있어,
How is it
이년아.
possible? No one other than the bishop should be able to open it.
You open the chest with disconcerting ease, Holmes.
난이도가 좀
I've seen and
있네.
heard quite enough. This time you won't stop me.
Catch him, Watson.
What the? But why?
Run, Watson. Hurry.
뭘 훔치려고 한 거지?
He's escaped. I hope that your motivations are founded, Holmes. I don't much like skirting around the edges of the law like this.
It is annoying. Let's leave without delay.
What have you found in the chest, Holmes? What in there is so precious for these men to commit such terrible acts?
The Reverend was telling the truth. Nothing important was
종교
locked inside
물품밖에
the chest,
없고 훔쳐갈
apart
가치도
from
없는데
few
이걸 왜
religious items which hardly
열려고
worth
그랬지?
stealing.
So, we haven't made any headway. Perhaps the police will.
진짜
By
목사인가
the
이
time the
새끼?
police arrive, we shall be a long way from here, Watson. We are leaving.
야,
We have crossed London at a breakneck speed. We could have knocked someone over, and naturally I had to pay the cabbie out of my own pocket.
Watson, stop complaining.
그만
We have to
투덜거리게
analyze the
왓슨.
clues
닥쳐.
found at the bishop's house.
닥치게 왓슨. 어우, 이것도 분석해야 돼? 어떻게 분석하는데?
I can't do that.
뭘 쓰는 건데 여기에? 이건 아닌 것 같아.
I haven't finished my... I need something. I haven't finished.
이거 뭔가 해야 되긴 하나 본데?
I can't. I can't. Fragments of skin. A phalanx. This finger wasn't cut off.
어휴, 뜯겨나간
It was
거라고?
ripped off.
어떻게 하면 이걸 뜯어? 이런 씨. 이빨 자국이 있긴 하네 여기.
Tooth marks. Rather deep ones. I'd say
앞니.
of incisors. And a canine. I can see something. Fragments. I haven't finished my analysis. I can see something.
돋보기 없나? 돋보기가 없네.
I can't do that. Tooth fragments. I can see some. Tooth mark. Fragment. I haven't finished.
아오.
Black and damp earth under the nail. Interesting.
흙이 껴져 있다.
Bite marks on this severed finger. I am afraid of the significance.
The thieves didn't get what they wanted. When they were faced with the bishop's refusal to cooperate,
아, 주교가
one of the gang
뜯어버렸구나,
shook his
불량배의 이
finger to indicate
손가락을.
that he was responsible for his unfortunate state.
그
And the
느낌인 것
poor
같은데.
man, whose head was the only part of him not bound by ropes, bit the finger violently enough to sever it.
약을 좀 미친 듯이 먹인 건가?
Commonly savage.
같은 회사 건데 다른
Watson, I
작품.
am certain
더 옛날
when we
거.
have explained the reasons behind this sudden bestiality, we will have revealed a larger part of the mystery. There is something written on this scalpel. I should clean it. I can make out WCCH. What do the
WCC.
initials stand for? How many hospitals are there in the Whitechapel area, Watson?
If we count public dispensaries,
Whitechapel.
enough to keep us busy for an entire month. Did this scalpel come from a hospital?
Yes, as the initials WCCH engraved on
마지막은
it show us.
호스피탈.
We must think on how best to deal with this. We do not have the time to investigate every hospital in Whitechapel. I have cut a small piece off the rope. That should be enough. This rope is only worn on one side. A lot of fragments of black stone are wedged
검은
into this
돌조각.
rope. Their color seems unnatural, but they are too small for me to examine them. Black and damp earth. I must compare the samples of earth that I found. I must compare, and if I mix this earth with another substance, I can see.
섞는다고?
Now it must all be stirred. I can't.
오이.
The samples of earth taken from beneath the fingernail and
밧줄
from ropes
흙이랑
originate
손톱
from the
미개
same
흙덩어리.
place.
How do you know?
It took just a little water to analyze the consistency. The soil has retained its moisture, even though there
출신을
hasn't been
알려주는
rain
건가?
in London for over a week.
이게 더
This soil could
구식이긴 해.
come from the bank of a river or somewhere where the
광산,
evaporation
도랑.
is slower. A mine,
Angkut.
perhaps, or a
광산
trench.
노동자인가?
The banks of the Thames are clay soil, unlike our samples, so we can rule that out. The nearest mines are a dozen miles away, so I would rule that out also. I would therefore conclude your last theory to
뭐라
be
그랬지?
nearer the mark.
A trench?
도랑?
A pit.
구덩이?
This fragment of stone is very smooth, and it seems to be of a peculiar quality. I shall have to strip it with one of my
물조각이
products.
매끈하다.
I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't. I can see something. This stone appears to be the same as those found within the rope's fibers. I can see something. This stone is
뭐야, 진짜
granite
메스야?
covered in black paint. The fragments found in the rope and this piece of granite come from the same place. Watson, bring me your register of the London hospitals.
Studying the scalpel has given you an idea, then?
Indeed.
I'll get it.
병원 명부?
General hospitals and dispensaries in London. I have found my book, Holmes.
Good. Put it on the work table, will you?
I have found my book.
Good.
여기 아니야?
I have
Good.
아이 씨발.
I have found
Good.
Holmes's home.
워크 테이블이 어딘데? 여기 아니야?
Home. I have
Good.
I have
Good.
아니. 여기야?
read the paper, Holmes. Here is
아니 작업 테이블이 어딘데 이년아. 여기 아니었어? 아. 오케이.
here is the section
들고
showing
있어야
Whitechapel.
되는구나.
I made several notations on these pages during our investigation into the Ripper, which might prove useful. All we need to do is to find a hospital or a public
구덩이를
dispensary
팠거나
near a
흑색 화강암을
location where
사용한
pits have
지역
been
그리고
dug and black granite has
병원과
been used.
공공보건소.
It's simplicity itself. I haven't finished my analysis.
한쪽 면만 달았다. 같은 쪽으로만 사용되었다. 촉촉한 흙덩어리. 구덩이에서 나온 것이다. 이거 아니면 이건데 모르겠다. 비석 근처 구덩이? 무덤? 묘비공 무덤 근처? 아닌데.
I haven't finished my analysis.
아씨. 아, 이걸 먼저 봐야 되는구나. HCC 뭐였지?
I haven't finished my analysis.
화이트채플 보건소. 주모비 근처, 공동묘지 근처. 묘비공장 근처. 화강암 채석장 근처. 이것도 좀 의심스러운데. 4664.
I am missing. I am missing.
뭘 놓쳐?
I am miss. I am. I am. I am. I am.
뭐지? 이건 맞고 비석이라고 혀. 그럼 비석 근처 구덩이잖아. 내려 보냈는데 쓰는 거잖아. 묘비 공장이잖아.
I am missing.
씨발. 아. 이게 아니라고?
I am missing. I am missing.
우물 쪽으로 가? 우물은 아예 말도 안 되는데. 그럼 무덤밖에 없는데.
Now I can make the right decision.
아, 무덤이 맞네. 아까 무덤 먼저 했었는데 뭐 다른 게 틀렸나 보다. 그럼 공동묘지네.
The public dispensary number 4661. It's just opposite the Whitechapel
4661.
Street Cemetery.
Yes, Watson. The murderer with the missing finger must work in the cemetery.
관을 내리는데
Or at
사용했던
least
밧줄
visit it.
맞네.
He could have taken a rope, one of the type they use to lower the coffins into the graves.
이렇게
The
잘해.
granite is minute particles of tombstone.
And he only had to cross the road to steal a scalpel from the dispensary opposite.
바로 출발. 출발 어디서 하더라? 빡. 매섭게 싸웠다. 이러고 뭐 어쩌라고?
We must analyze all.
아, 단서를 아직 분석을 다
I
안 했어?
need some. I need some.
네? 깨진 플라스크. What? 고마워싸이. 증거를 분석하려면 what? 시험관에 액체를 넣으세요. 액체의 특성을 알아내세요. 뭔 소리죠 이게? 아, 이게 뭐가 있나 보네. 잠깐만.
I must analyze.
이게 뭔데 지금 내가 넣은 게? 이 쌍년아. 제시작.
I must analyze.
아, 요거 두 개. 아, 다시 잠깐만. (1, 2, 0, 1) 그래. (3020) (2030) 왜 헷갈리게 해? 그걸로 외워. 0201 이게 무슨 의미지? 3300
Poison, and apparently
아,
very
공격성을 띠게 만드는 독이다. 결국엔 심장 발작을 일으킨다. 어허.
poison. Discreet, efficient, and only detectable via a thorough post-mortem.
이거는 고용한 사람이
Have you been
좋겠네.
able to isolate the active components, Holmes?
Not with any certainty. This toxic
전문적인
substance
화학자의
surpasses my
작품이다.
own knowledge
와우.
in the field. It is without doubt the
자기
work of
팔뚝을
an
그래서
expert
물어뜯은 거구나.
chemist.
A chemist and a criminal.
As you say, please find my monograph on poisoners of the last 30 years.
The
나 왜 또 왜 움직여? 뭐 하라고? 알려줘.
Later, Watson.
이 씨발려나.
Holmes
뭐 시켰어? 그런 거랑 비슷한 게임이에요. 그런 느낌적인 그런 느낌적인 거입니다. 아, 독살범에게 대해 적은 논문을 가져다 주게나.
general female.
논문이 어딨어? 논문이 씨발 어딨어요, 헬로가.
And this is how female general
책이 왜 이렇게 뭐가 없어? 뭘 구글 스칼라요? 아우. 엥? 쥐사냥꾼, 동신형. 한스 슐먼 얘가 만든 건가? 잡혀 있는 거네 얘는.
According to these documents, Hans Schielmann, known as the Rat Killer, was considered
Rat
the greatest
killer.
specialist in chemical poison in the world.
Is he at liberty?
Happily, no. He has been held in the high security wing of London's Westgate prison for many years now.
Then he cannot be the one who concocted
그러니까
the
지금
poison.
감옥에 있는데
Don't
어떻게 만들어?
dismiss him too quickly, Watson. According to Scotland Yard, the man is exceptionally intelligent. For the
감옥에서
greatest
뭐
criminals,
레시피를
prison is
전해줬나?
but a mere obstacle. Let's plan a little visit to see Mr. Schielmann tomorrow.
I cannot leave now.
뭐하라고 그러면 이년아. 일 더해?
Let us look at our
상황 정리판을 보게나. 오 씨발.
I cannot.
아우 뭔 젤이요. 아 이거구나. 이거 왜 틀렸지? 맞잖아 이거. 아쉽게 했어. 미쳐갔어. 아.
Perfect. Well done,
Perfect.
Watson. Our board is finished. It confirms that the bishop's murderers work for one person, who, amongst other things, possesses a very sophisticated poison. They therefore act for someone more educated than themselves. You remember Wiggins and his gang, the Baker Street irregulars?
Yes, the street urchins, whom you employ upon
위긴스
occasion.
오랜만이구만.
And Wiggins is their leader.
Yes. Well, I have hired their services again. I have instructed them to find out the address of the bishop's nephew.
I think he's here.
Hello, Mr. Holmes.
Wiggins, my young friend, have you found the information for which the good Dr. Watson is going to pay you?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, it was easy.
위긴스 불쾌하게 변했네.
Very well, I understand. Here are a few pennies.
Thanks, Dr. Watson. The man you're looking for lives near Kensington.
Does he live alone?
Yes, but he rents a room for
돈
an
많이
old lady.
위긴스 몰라요?
Did she see you?
No, Mr. Holmes. No one saw me.
Perfect. Watson, give our young friend another shilling as a reward for his discretion.
Here we go again. But of course... I'm falling asleep,
부당아
Holmes.
그게 무슨
Aren't you
소리니?
tired?
No, I have an exceptional constitution. I can't remember ever having been fatigued by work. Idleness, on the other hand, exhausts me completely. Go to bed, Watson. The night will be short.
Go to bed,
We
Watson.
leave at dawn.
Wow, this is a real adventure. It's exciting. I like it better than made-up stories. I want to know what happens next. Keep reading.
존만이들이
I'm
읽는
going
걸로
to.
지금 스토리 진행하는 게 어이없네.
Ah, I want to listen to. My readers must excuse me if I do not describe in full detail here the terrible
살인 사건을
images which
얘들이 왜
haunted
읽고
me
있어?
that night.
I had a sense that something extraordinary would take place, but I was scarcely prepared for the reality of it. Good morning, Holmes. Did you get any rest?
I did not attempt to sleep.
Have you managed to come to any conclusions?
I think that we might follow 3 trails. We can visit Whitechapel to try to discover the identity of the murderers by making inquiries at Dispensary 4661 and at the Whitechapel Street Cemetery.
The poison trail seems more important to me. We should perhaps go to Westgate Prison first to see Hans Schielman.
Yes, and let us not forget the bishop's irascible nephew, whose address we now have, thanks to my Baker Street irregulars. I have located each place on our map of London.
Holmes, let me remind you that we still have not been officially instructed to
홈즈는 관심
investigate
있으면
this
조사해야
affair.
돼, 이년아.
Ah, well, we will just have to hide that small detail.
그런 사소한 점은 있도록 하지. 나가면 되나? 일단 교도소부터 가볼까?
Westgate Prison. Here we are at the famous Westgate Prison, one of the oldest and surest in the kingdom.
I've heard that it is soon going to be demolished. Don't you find it strange that it still houses criminals as dangerous as Hans Schielman?
There's nothing strange about it, Watson. The name of this prison is linked with numerous failed escape attempts. As long as it stands, the criminals will fear it.
오,
Good morning, gentlemen. Are you expected?
No, but we wish to meet with one of your prisoners, Hans Schielman.
I'm afraid that at the moment that is impossible. Access to
교도소장에
the cells
허가가
is
있어야 된다.
controlled strictly. You can't go there without permission from the director.
Then would you be so good as to announce us? I am Sherlock Holmes, and
나
this is
셜록인데?
Dr. Watson.
The famous Holmes and Watson. What an honour. My name is Brighton. Frank Brighton.
아, 꽉
I'm afraid
막혔네
I can't
그냥.
announce it.
아으.
I'm not allowed to leave my post under any circumstances. But I'm sure that the director won't refuse to see you, even without an appointment. Do you see the corridor behind the reception? Follow it to the secretary's office.
내가 갈게.
You'll find him there.
Thank you, Warden Brighton. One last thing. Hans Schielman received any visits lately?
None. And I'm sure because I've dealt with
찾아온
receiving
사람은
visitors
없었다.
for several weeks now. I volunteered because it's a calm post to be in. We don't get many visitors and it gives me time to write. Just like you, Dr. Watson. I enjoy
안 궁금해,
literature
이년아.
and
Very good. Thank you.
That was very impolite, Holmes. That man admires our work. You could have given him...
Another time. Let's go and meet the director of the prison.
Sorry, sirs.
이쪽? 아닌디.
Leads to the high security area.
특수
where the
보안
most
구역
dangerous-
최악의 범죄자.
Closed.
임펠다운이구나 약간.
Sorry, but this area is prohibited without a pass. Please leave.
We must see the prison director quickly.
휘발 어디 있는데?
This is the entrance to the...
일반 죄수.
Closed. Cleaning materials. Closed.
Closed. Closed.
Closed.
Closed.
Closed.
Closed.
Staff.
The locker room. This is where the prisoners' things are.
Closed.
Closed. 기사이. 뭘 죽인 마려.
Good morning, miss.
Oh, excuse me, I dropped off. Good morning, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson. We would like to talk to the director.
I'll just go and see if he can receive you.
Tiredness, pale face, stiffness. I believe that the young lady is expecting a happy event.
It would seem so. The director's office, Mr. P. Patterson.
P. Patterson.
This small rack is for urgent letters to be given immediately to the director.
What should we do next, Holmes? Hot tea.
왓슨 새끼 멍 때리는 거는 똑같네 그냥. 기다리라고 그냥? 얌마.
What should we do?
어.
This charming secretary is Miss Jenny Patterson.
제니 패티슨.
Strange. The director and the secretary have the same name.
I'm delighted to meet you, Mr. Holmes.
이름이 같다고?
I am Paul Patterson, director
아
of this
그러네.
establishment.
딸이요?
You wish to talk to me? I hope this unexpected visit isn't to announce bad news.
No, do not worry. We are investigating an affair of the highest
딸인가
importance, one which could potentially affect the security of the kingdom. Therefore, it is imperative that we interview one of your prisoners, Hans Schielmann.
Hans, the rat killer. He's been in here for a long while now, and he's had no contact with the outside. How could he be involved in such an affair?
That
목소리
is
보소.
what we would like to find out.
And you have been commissioned by Scotland Yard?
Evidently.
Very well. I have complete confidence in you, Mr. Holmes. I will draw up a pass that you should give to Warden James in the guard room. He will show you to the cells.
Thank you, Director.
Keep me informed of your progress. And if there is anything else, don't hesitate to let me know.
We shall certainly do so.
Miss Patterson, you have the same name as the director. Are you related?
딸 아니야?
Come, Watson. Anyone who might have made the slightest study of
딸 맞네.
anthropology would have noted the similarities between the young lady and her father.
Mr. Holmes is right, I am his daughter, but he doesn't like to talk about it. I think he's afraid of being accused of favoritism.
I'm sure it was your qualities alone which secured you this position, miss.
If you must try out your powers of seduction,
딱 봐도
then what
낙하산이긴
do you
해.
say about using them on the rat killer? Goodbye, miss.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
그래도 얌전하게 잘 일하시네. 우리 클로즈나 한번 듣고 갈까?
Closed. Locked. I can feel a draft.
이건 좀
This must be
다르네.
the access to the inside yard. Closed.
Closed. 야, 갖고 왔어.
Sorry, sirs.
아니, 씨발려나. 아, 이걸 보여줘야 되는구나.
Sorry, sirs.
아니,
Sorry, sir.
뭐지?
Ah, you've got a pass for the high security area. It's the door at the end. Go ahead.
It is about the signing in book. It is potassium nitrate.
Yes.
셜록홈즈 왔다감.
This information board is almost empty. Strange.
뭘 봐 있냐나.
My name is Peter James, Chief Warden, and this is Deputy Warden O'Sullivan.
I imagine I will find Hans Schielmann behind these bars in the basement.
고문용으로 있는 거 아니야?
Yes, the high security cells are down there.
Is this the only access?
Yes, there was a second door at the end of the main hall, but it's been blocked up as a security measure.
Thank you, Chief Warden.
At your service. If you require further information, Warden Mackenzie will help you. He's at his post in the basement.
Mr. Holmes, I am a huge admirer of
개
yours.
좋아하노.
I have followed all your cases and successes with the greatest
그래
interest.
그래.
What enthusiasm. Have you ever thought of a career in the police force?
Have I thought about it? It's my dream. And I'm going to try my chance once this establishment closes down. I'm studying hard for the
열정적이네.
examination to get into police school.
Tell me about the prisoners, Warden James.
We only have a few. As you might be aware, the days of this place are numbered. Therefore, we no longer receive new prisoners. Those who are already here are among the most dangerous in London. We have 3 at the moment. Hans the Rat Killer and the Flint
플린트
Brothers.
형제도 있구나.
The Flint brothers.
Yes, 2 rather simple-minded maniacs who detest
What?
one another despite their relations.
부모님 토막.
They
What?
massacred their parents and decapitated their neighbours. It took more than 9 policemen to overpower them.
너무 잔인해요.
There isn't any information on the notice board. Should there be notes about duties?
Yes, there should be, but Miss Patterson hasn't put up the guards' assignments for this week yet. It's not like her. Usually she does it first thing in the morning. Without these instructions, the guard
이번에는 왜 경비
won't be
배치도를
changed.
붙이지 않은 거지?
I would go and get them, but I don't want the director to catch me there. He's very strict. Doesn't like us wandering around when we're on duty. And it would get his daughter in trouble. He's not being very pleasant with her at the moment. And I don't want to make things worse.
How does not having the information about guard duty stop you from ensuring the watch?
일을 그냥 조수로 하는구만.
Because of the system of opening the doors, Mr. Holmes. As you can see, they are equipped
암호에
with a mechanical
응답하는
timer
타이머?
which answers to a code. When the timer stops, that is to say at the end of each watch, the doors block automatically and the code
새로운
is
암호도
reset.
바로
It's therefore
생기고.
impossible to open the doors
오.
without the new code.
왜 이렇게
And
첨단이야?
who has the code?
Only the guard who takes the new watch. He's the only
특수한 애가
one who
3 명이고
can open the
나머지는
envelope
많겠지.
that it's kept in. He learns it by heart
새로
and
시계를
destroys the
가져오는.
message.
Very clever. But let's look at the limits of this procedure. One false note and the system falls apart.
탈옥하기도 쉬운데?
See you
만약
later, Mr.
암호를
Holmes.
알게 된다면.
It is the guard's guess. These weapons are obvious.
오, 총보소. 가자이. 그냥 열리노.
Here's the famous high security area.
Warden Mackenzie, at your service, sir.
Good morning, Warden. I have a pass which allows me to speak with prisoner Hans.
Very well. It is the cell at the end to your left. I'd advise you to walk in the middle of the corridor.
붙어서 가면은 잡히니까. 아이,
You've been lucky, little.
뭐 이 새끼야.
What do you want? You're a friend of mine.
얘들이 사이가 안 좋다. 응? 여기구나. 독극물의
Hans
천재,
Schielmann, I require some
근수실몬,
information from you.
쥐 사냥꾼, 렛 헨트.
So, who do we have here? The celebrated Sherlock Holmes
Sherlock
himself.
Holmes.
Do you know that for all the time I have spent rotting in here, you are my first and only
아, 진짜?
visitor? I
독극물은
think
어떻게 가져온
this is
거지? 얘가
cause
만든 게
for
아니야?
celebration, a confrontation between two geniuses, two extraordinary minds.
I'm afraid that you are not quite as great a chemist as you believe you are, Mr. Schielmann. I will not say that you never were. No, it was certainly true once. But you see, while you are whiling away your days in here, it appears that someone on the
도발해주면서.
outside is at the point of surpassing you, if that is not already the case.
Yes, I heard about that. A chemical poison that eats away at the flesh and provokes hysteria. I recognize talent
내가 만든
when
게
I
아니야?
see it. but it's only a matter of time before I win back my laurels, believe me.
What can you tell me?
That depends on what you can bring to me.
뭘 해줘?
What do you want?
Do you know why I am treated so harshly? For my meals, I am given nothing but a hunk of bread, and even then, not just any sort.
Get to the point.
Never interrupt me! Where was I?
뭐야?
Oh yes, the bread. Did you know that with a little rye yeast, a pinch of moss, certain cockroach secretions, just enough light and damp, with a few other ingredients that I will keep quiet about, I succeeded in poisoning half the staff here. Unfortunately, a little something was omitted, which would have made the results fatal. Instead, it merely caused acute attacks of stress and powerful hallucinations.
말투가
Even
특이하네.
so, I got a great
Even
laugh
though.
out of watching them
약간
cry
T를
like
Z로 발음하네.
babies when they saw their most primitive fears materializing before them.
You are a monster, Mr. Shieldman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wasn't a compliment.
But of course it was! You others, you ordinary, narrow-minded people, you are afraid of anything that you cannot comprehend. You call me a monster, because what you find impossible to face is just the slightest fraction of my genius. If by monster you mean someone who is nothing like you, then it is a compliment.
What do you need?
Very little. Just something to write with. You see, my brain races like an engine with too many thoughts. I see them crackle and explode into thousands of formulae right in front of me. What a torture not to be able to write them down. What a hell to see them vanish just as quickly as they appear to me. Just bring me something that I can write
Something that I can write.
That's all. That seems an easy enough request to fulfill.
But listen, I don't want a vulgar inkwell and a pigeon's feather. No, I need material fit for my talent. I want my ink pen. Bring it to me, and I will be happy to pass on to you a little of my knowledge of modern chemistry.
Where is it?
It was confiscated upon my arrival here. I suppose it might be in my locker, in the locker room. Leave me now, and don't come back without my ink pen. See you soon.
알았어. 뭐야?
This device.
The guards must. I'm glad to.
Can you tell me where I might find the locker room?
In the corridor that leads to the director's office. That's where the prisoner's civilian stuff is held.
열쇠 좀.
Can you open the locker room for us? We would like to inspect Shieldman's personal items.
No, Mr. Holmes.
이서 사무실? 오케이. 아까 그 쌍년한테 가면 되는 거지. 가는 길에 간만에 들어주면서.
Closed.
열쇠 내놔 열쇠.
This. Miss, may we borrow the keys to the locker room?
You will need authorization from the director.
We will wait.
조사를 위해 필요해요.
Mr. Holmes.
Not yet. We must.
What can I do?
We need to examine Shieldman's civilian clothing.
Very well, but be extremely careful.
What do you mean?
In that madman's compartment, you will find a strange little coded case which refused point blank to open when he was incarcerated. We did try to force it, but without success.
Didn't you ask the experts?
Of course we did.
I see. They...
Exactly. Bear in mind... Here's the key.
그냥 열쇠나 내놔 이 새끼야.
Miss Patterson, the guards are still waiting for you to put up the duty list. Do
얘가
it
일을 안
as
하고
soon as
있었구나 또.
possible. Without it, the changing of the guard cannot take place. Or had you forgotten?
아빠한테 혼나주면서. 왜 울어 이 새끼.
Dry your tears, miss.
아유 그거 한 마리 됐다고 일을 평소에 똑바로 하던가. 어?
Mr. Watson, I can't put up the duty list.
에?
And when he finds out, he'll be furious.
Why can't you?
It's in my locker, in the cloakroom, and I've lost the key.
정신이야?
Your aunt.
Say no more, Holmes. As you keep repeating, time is against us. Let's go and look at the things in the rat killer's locker. This charm...
But
요 열쇠도 찾아서 뭐 해줘야 되나? 사물함?
The locker room. Closed.
아, 뭔 클로우스야. 열어. 이게 어딨어? 이거야?
Here is the locker of our friend Hans, the mad scientist.
어허.
Oh, what a jumble.
아, 그거 들어있네. 원소 주기율표.
A paper knife, blotting. This solid box must hold a precious
예, 그렇게 됐습니다. 어우, 뭐야 이게?
A poem.
As soon as the... What?
A poem.
왜 한글로 안 해줘?
Blotting. I can't. Nothing of interest.
수엘립의 붕탄질산, 어?
Nothing of.
아시는구나.
Nothing of interest here. Nothing of.
그건 아는구나. 아무리 나이 먹어도라니. 무슨 소리니?
Nothing of.
별로 특별한 게 없는데.
Nothing of. A poem. A poem. There is something interesting here.
구멍 뚫려 있네.
There is something. There is something. Nothing of interest. I can't do.
아.
I can't.
아.
I can't do that. Blotting. This cannot be a simple coincidence.
얘 베릴륨이었나? 황산? 황? 수소. 아닌데 베릴륨은 B2인데 BR은 딴 건데.
Blotting paper. There is some.
브롬? 브롬? What? 아무튼 H랑 브라운? 황. 됐어. 안 되는데? 구멍 더
Nothing of
있니?
interest. Nothing of it.
없는디?
A poem.
근데 뭔가
Blotting.
이거잖아. 뭐야 이거? 왜 안 돼 이거?
I can't. Nothing of interest. Nothing of. No.
찢어버리고 싶네.
I can't. There is something interesting. There is.
순서도 있나? 이렇게? 씨발려나.
That's not.
4개인가 보다.
That's not.
그러네, 4개네. 뭐지? 아, 여기 있다. 씨발년.
I can't do that.
칼슘? 이 새끼 어딨어? 여기 있네.
Perfect.
What is written on that note?
Later, what? We can give.
씨발년 딱대라니 이년아. 일단 가져갔고, 제가 무슨 사물함에 열쇠 놓고 왔다고 개지랄 했는데 그건 어떻게 도와주는 거지?
Staff closed.
못 도와주겠는디? 아이 깜짝아 이 씨발. 이거요? 할인하면 만원만 할걸?
What a bunch of incompetents. Oh, if I was as unprofessional as that, there would be murderers running all over the town.
뭐야 이 새끼.
What's the matter? Are you a patient of Dr. Watson?
갑자기 의사진
Very
차려.
amusing.
I was going on about the dry cleaners in Westgate Street. They've just delivered my ceremonial uniform in the middle of my
예식용
duty,
양복.
when I've told them 1,000 times not to bring it until after 6 in the evening.
A ceremonial uniform? You've been promoted?
No, and that's not about to happen. No, I've
결혼식에
been
초대된
invited to a
것뿐이니까.
wedding. I mean, I hope to be.
초대되고 싶. 뭐야
The
이거?
director sees that I've left my post. I'll be sacked without
결론은
pay.
아무 일도 없는
Give
거잖아.
it to me, Warden Brighton. I'll take care of it for you.
Really? Thanks a lot. Here's the key to the cloakroom and that of my locker. I'm really grateful,
리얼
Mr. Holmes.
조현병이네.
What
사물함
have you
열쇠
got in
줬다.
mind, Holmes? You're not
이걸로
doing this
이제
out of
그
kindness,
비서
are you?
열쇠 돌려주라는 거구나.
No, out of curiosity, we will be able to access the cloakroom with
그치.
these keys.
Closed를 이제 열 수 있다. 하이. 여기다가 뭐 놓고 왔다 그랬는데 비서가. 홈즈 다른 시리즈도 이렇게 생기긴 했어. 베이킹 소다 왜 갖고 있는 거임?
I need bicarbonate of soda. Brighton must have an upset stomach.
방이 안
caused
좋으면
by
베이킹
stress.
소다를 먹어요?
The name on the key is Jenny
제니 패터슨 열쇠를 이 새끼가 왜 갖고 있지?
bicarbonate. bicarb. I need
something 뭔가 필요해. 뭐가 필요하다는 거지? 아 여기 걸어달라고? 됐다. 됐어. 근니 패터슨 열쇠도 돌려줄게. 자 여기. 여기 아니 뭐야 이거? 응? 내가 얘 사물함 아이 진짜 왜 자꾸 이렇게 나와 이 새끼. 켜! 미친놈 아냐 이거. 여기 있다. 1인 입구 막기 이라샤이마셈. 그때네. 와 뭐야?
The lock on this box is rather sophisticated.
Incredible. Is Jenny hiding something?
반드시 열어야지. 어떻게 하는 거야? 아 서로 이렇게 이어져 있어야 되나? 좀 해봐. 안 돼 이러면 이 새끼가 여기 있어야 돼. 안 돼. What? 이렇게? 이 새끼 아니 안 되잖아 그러면. 얘랑 같이 있기가 어려운데? 아. 이대로 옮기면 될 것 같은데. 아.
It's really very clever. Little Jenny is astonishing.
A locket sealing the relation
아,
between Jenny
제니랑
and Warden
간수 브라이튼이랑 서로
Decidedly
야스하는
this boy is
사이구나.
Not a great poet.
근데 열쇠는 왜 훔쳐갔어? 제니, 아, 예복시킨 게 이것 때문이었네. 언제나 같은 마음으로 영원히 사랑할 두 영혼을 위하여 결혼합시다! 뒤는 돌아보지 말고 말입니다. 우리가 사랑하고 있다는 사실은 아버님께서도 언젠가 인정하게 될 것입니다. 아기를 생각해서라도. 헉. 사랑해요, 사랑합니다. 정말로 사랑합니다. 사랑하고 또 사랑합니다. 당신만을 사랑합니다. 이게 시요? 당신을 위한 시 한 수 읽어봅니다. 당신을 위한 내 마음이 천근같이 무겁구려. 끝없는 우린 사랑은 영원할 것이다. 궁극 시인에게 감명받고 시를 지어봤다. 당신만의 프랭키가.
A letter from Brighton to Jenny.
읽기가 힘들 정도야.
Apparently, Jenny is carrying Brighton's child, and it seems that
이런
Jenny's
건 왜
father,
알아내야 되지?
the director, is unaware of this.
지하 경비는 설리반, 경비실 맥켄지.
Here is the
제대로 쓰고 있는 거 맞나? 아이씨, 진짜.
We have found the guard duty cards, miss. If you like, I can go and discreetly give them to the
해줄게.
guards.
Oh, thank you.
그래. 이 새끼 여기 뒤에 있잖아. 어, 아니네. 무섭게 생겨가지고 말이야. 이서랑 섹스한 거 사실인가요?
Sorry, sirs.
넵.
Sorry, Mr. Holmes.
Eh?
You can't go into the basement for
왜?
a moment.
For what reason?
암호 바뀌는
The door
타이밍인가?
has locked itself
맞네.
automatically. You must enter a new security code.
Do it then.
Miss Patterson hasn't put up the guard duty list yet.
Eh?
Without that information, we don't know who's authorised to take note of the new code.
So Mackenzie is locked in the high security zone.
Yes, but don't worry about him. He's trained for this sort of dysfunction.
Why not ask the director to take note of the code and open the door?
He isn't allowed to, and I doubt that he would run the risk of going against the orders of the administration centre. Anyway, the bars in the high security section are joined to the alarm system, which...
We'll try to...
We have found
Good. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Let's see.
종이 없으면 이 새끼들 안 돌아가네.
Hugh takes over from Mackenzie. Take note of the code, please, and unblock the door.
At once, Chief.
암호가 매번 바뀌는 건 신기하네. 옛날인데.
Ah, Mr. Holmes. Could I ask you for a favour?
Please do.
I think I can say on behalf of all the staff.
홈즈 왔다 감 해야 되는구나 이거. 사인 남기고. 어? 이 식당 맛있어요.
With pleasure, O'Sullivan.
해야 되는구나. 번창하세요. 교도소 번창하세요잉. 어? 왜 이래?
You seem worn out, O'Sullivan. A good night's sleep would do you good.
A good night's sleep would do me good. You're right, Mr. Holmes.
Is something worrying you?
As you know,
아, 여기 폐쇄된다
Westgate Prison will
그랬지.
soon be demolished, and I'm spending most of my night studying for my
열심히
exam to join the police.
준비하고 있구나.
You understand?
그래,
I
그래.
have to think about my future. So sleep isn't a priority at the
그렇게
moment.
됐습니다.
Scotland Yard is always looking for young, competent and motivated men. Would a letter of recommendation from me allow you to get some sleep?
What?
어?
A letter from Mr. Sherlock.
일부러 잘하고 추천서 써주는 건가?
recommending me for Scotland Yard.
개꿀 뭐야 이거?
Are you quite serious?
Completely serious, my young friend. May I use this writing paper? The one on your desk.
홈즈는 또 의도가 있겠지?
1,000 thanks, Mr. Holmes. 1,000 thanks.
1,000
It is
thanks.
addressed to Inspector
1000개의
Baines, a
감사.
good friend of mine. There's no need to remind you that it must be opened only by the person to whom it is addressed.
Yes, of course. I'll give it to him personally.
다른 내용 적혀 있는 거 아니야?
Again, Mr. Holmes. At your
목소리에 힘이 들어갔노. 수리 잘하냐고요? 당연하죠. 홈즈 왜 백인인가요? 영국인인가요?
Well.
펜 갖고 왔어 이년아.
Si.
기다려봐. 줄게. 여기.
Well.
You have what you wanted. Your precious
리팽
You seem
루팡
annoyed,
걔가
Mr. Holmes.
영국인 배우
I
쓰긴
would
했지.
even go so far as to say terribly worried.
Why should you care, Mr. Shielman? Let's talk about that poison.
I am not talking about you in the grip of natural emotions found in ordinary people who are confronted by the inexplicable.
뭐 말하는 거지?
As for Mr. Holmes, you are embarrassed, aren't you? Are you hiding something?
That is enough, Shielman.
You have kept your word. Therefore, I will keep mine. At this moment, the poison
뭘
so
나한테 하는 말이야.
interests you isn't finished yet. Its maker is encountering...
What is the end?
Now, Mr. Holmes, the end result of any science. As
독약이니까 결국 죽는
once,
거겠지,
here
아니야.
we are talking about human nature, of course.
What do you mean?
You see, this poison was made using rare but very volatile short-living compounds, which means that it is only possible to produce
금방
small
망가진다.
quantities, which most importantly do not
그러면은 뭐 가까운 곳에서 제조했단 소린가?
Conceiving such a product in a laboratory especially built for the purpose could be
벌써 먹을만
achieved
했네.
by any good chemist. But recopying this alchemy on another scale and keeping it ready at any moment, observing the particular conservation and storing conditions that a substance of this type requires, well, that would need a genius.
A genius.
I doubt if the creator of this mixture
누가 만든
would
거지
be
그러면?
capable.
And you would be, of course.
Of course.
Luckily, you are going to spend the rest of your life in prison.
Luck is cyclical. It always comes around again, sooner or later.
왓슨 이 새끼
As far
그냥
as I
존나
am
싫어하네
concerned,
할아버지.
I have the feeling that the cycle is going to be very short.
파이팅.
Holmes, it sounds to me as though this Shielman is implying that an escape attempt will be made.
Yes, we must go and warn the director.
나중에 무조건 100% 탈옥할 듯. 그건 제 알바 아니고요. 간만에 들어주면서
Closed.
Closed. 여긴 열리네. 뭐 하고 있어? 또 혼내고 있어?
It is out of the question that your bastard
벌써 얘기했어?
Patterson. Very well. You refuse to
아,
reveal
아직
the
누구랑
father.
섹스했는지 말 안 했구나.
Well, then go and join him. I'm not stopping you.
I can't.
왓슨도 할 수 있고 홈즈도 할 수 있어.
Director, you will have to postpone this small family reunion. We believe that a serious scheme is afoot. We must act without delay.
You're not thinking of...
Yes. Shielman's words leave no room for doubt. It seems that he is planning an escape attempt. We strongly advise you to search his cell.
지금 탈옥하려고 하고
really
있다고요.
believe that he's hiding something. Because I must make
아으, 뭔 보고서랑 어쩌고 저쩌고야. 그럼 그냥 탈옥 당하던가 이년아.
Director, if this prison is still in operation, it is solely because of its reputation. Think of the consequences of an escape. It would be closed at once. And what post do you imagine would be offered to the person deemed responsible?
You're right. No one will escape from Westgate under Patterson. I will order an immediate search of Mr.
긁으니까 말
Shielman's
바로
cell.
듣네.
Chief Warden James reporting. The search of prisoner Hans Shielman's cell has been carried out. No
의심가는
suspicious
물품은
items were found.
없었다고?
Thank you, Chief James. I feel better now. Without wishing to offend you, Mr. Holmes, I am
언젠간
glad
그래도
that
탈옥할
you were
때는?
mistaken.
If I'm not mistaken, we've nothing more to do here. Shall we go, Holmes?
There's just one more thing for me to see, Watson.
What's that?
Mr. Holmes, sorry to interrupt you,
갑자기
but
제니는
Miss
왜?
Jenny wishes to see you alone. She's waiting for you in her office.
This, Watson.
How did you know?
Wait for me in the guard's
뭐지?
room. I won't be long.
제니가 그 밖에 있는 간수랑 사귀어서
Extraordinary gentleman that
아기
Sherlock
가진 건 알고
Holmes is.
있는데
You must have had lots of adventures with him.
Oh, yes, dozens.
Thought he was infallible, but there wasn't anything out of the way in the rat killer's cell. Could he have been mistaken?
I must admit.
Warden Brighton, in my office immediately. That's an order.
브라이튼인 거
The
알아차렸네.
director seems furious.
Yes. It must be important for him to order Brighton to leave his post.
I wouldn't want to be in his shoes.
What?
Did you hear?
소리가
Yes, that's not normal. I've never heard Flint shout like that.
But why doesn't O'Sullivan
설리반
sound the
뒤졌나?
alarm?
Follow me, Mackenzie. Let's go and have a look.
I'll come with you.
이렇게 빨리 탈옥한다고?
You're not allowed in. Wait for me here.
Very well.
Hey, but the grill is blocked, Chief.
We've been locked in. And that smoke, it's coming from below. Oh, Sullivan! Can you hear us?
Sully, are you alive? Answer us, Sully.
What's going on? Can I help you?
Sound the alarm in the guard room. That should unblock the door.
불내가지고 여기 못 열어서 도망가게 만드는 건가?
It doesn't work.
아니?
Locked.
아무도 까먹었어?
What are you waiting for to sound the alarm, Doctor?
It's impossible. It's been damaged. I'll run and warn the director.
No, Doctor. Our priority is to save O'Sullivan. Go ahead through the visitors' corridor and see if he answers your call.
문대 쪽으로
Very well.
가라고.
Take the keys. They're in our room.
동료가 먼저다.
The guard.
알았어.
Locked.
야, 안 되는데? 잠깐만.
It doesn't work.
Useless. This door is blocked by the timer, but not the one below. Give me the keys.
아, 열쇠를 저쪽으로 던지라고 그냥. 에잇.
I've got the keys, Doctor. Thank you.
저거 본인 아닌 거 아니야? 반소옷 입은 범죄자 아니야?
There you are, Holmes.
Locked. I'm going to turn on the system.
뭐야 이거 씨발.
You make sure of the contact.
I hope that this isn't dangerous.
뭐 하는 거임? 아. 어떻게 들어가? 아, 이렇게.
It works.
Perfect.
어이없네.
It's open. Let's go down.
Be careful. From what your colleague said, the flints are out.
We
통
are
들고
trained
가,
for this sort
통.
of situation, and we're armed.
Come and help us, Watson.
왓슨한테 시키네 이걸. 오잉?
Everything is back to normal. Thank you for your help.
죽은 거 같은데 쟤네들?
It was a pleasure.
But where is O'Sullivan?
He's no longer here. He must have gone out through the visitors' entrance.
Yes, and he must be pleased to have gotten out of the basement.
Good. We must now check all the
딱 봐도
cells.
설리번이 아니라
Procedure in case of an alarm.
저
We'll come and help you.
You are
레드 헌터가
evidently fond
빠져나갔네.
of wasting time, my dear fellow. Rejoin me at the reception when you
이미 홈즈는 알아차렸다. 아.
The grate is open. He's fine where he is, under the cover, still.
How can he sleep with all this noise?
I'll admit it's not normal. Perhaps the
저거
smoke
본인
has
아닌 것
poisoned
같은데.
him.
설리반인
I'd
것
better take a
같은데.
look.
Be
근데
careful,
어떻게 알았지
Doctor.
여기?
He is dangerous.
O'Sullivan!
It's impossible. He was
역시.
with us only a few moments ago. Or else...
Or else it wasn't O'Sullivan.
My God, he's escaped. The rat killer has escaped.
에. 어떻게 나왔냐? 그래. 왓슨이 던진 게 설리반한테 던진 게 아니라 그 새끼한테 던진 거네. 설리반 자고 있는 것 같은데? 뭔가 말 듣게 하는 독약 같은 거 만들어서 준 건가? 아무래도 내가 줬던 펜 안에 뭔가 들어있던 것 같아.
Ah, Holmes, there you are.
Not at all, my dear fellow.
Why the devil have you brought me behind the prison?
We have an appointment, Watson.
그러니까 설마 너가 도와준 거야?
What should we do?
Look who is waiting for us.
그러네, 씨발.
Shieldman, I'll go back and alert the guards.
Calm down. He's harmless.
But what is he doing here? Why hasn't
뭐
he
하는
run
거지?
away?
Because I asked him not to.
Are you telling me that you helped him to escape?
Quite so, as he wouldn't have been able to
아니,
do so
홈즈 이
alone.
씨발아.
But how? And why?
선 많이 넘네.
He's a dangerous madman. Holmes, you've made me an accomplice in this escape. You owe me some explanation.
And you will have them. But my priority for the moment is to remove our new friend.
말 잘 듣게 하는 물약 같은 거
I
먹인
won't
건가?
be long, but
지금
I must
상태가
go
이상해
alone.
보여.
I'll rejoin you later. Just give me your next destination.
Very well. I suppose you know what you're doing.
How could you doubt it? Here, take the notes. They will help you when you write up the account of our visit to Westgate.
독 때문에 분석하려고 얘 데려가는 것 같은데 얘가 독천재니까. 얘 지금 약간 정신 이상한 것 같음.
The next step of our investigation should take place in the Whitechapel area.
Good. Go then, and I'll rejoin you there.
한동안 내 친구의 얼굴을 보기가 꺼려졌다. 탈옥을 성공할 수 있었던 열쇠는 바로 한스 슐먼의 만년필이었다네. 역시 만년필의 잉크통 내부에 얘 걸작들이, 그러니까 독들이 섞여 있다. 누군가 이 특별한 잉크에 손을 댄다면 순식간에 의지를 파괴한다. 의지를 조작할 수가 있게 된다고. 독이 섞여있는 잉크를 철창에 발라서 제임스가 그걸 중독돼서 문을 열어주고, 슐먼도 지금 그거에 당했나 보네. 슐먼도 똑같이 같은 독에 홈즈한테 당해가지고 홈즈 말을 듣게 된 거구나. 홈즈가 슐먼을 이용해서 탈옥도 시키고 뭐 이것저것 다 해버린 거네. 제대로구만.
Here we are in the heart of Whitechapel. Keep an eye on your wallet, Holmes. This area is the highest for pickpockets.
유럽에선 지갑 조심해야지 해야지. 주머니
Don't worry
챙겨야지.
about my wallet, Watson. It would be easier to move Big Ben than to steal from me.
Or to borrow a shilling from you.
Amusing, Watson. Really very amusing. Can we move on to more serious matters?
I'm listening, Holmes.
뭐야 여기? 다 깨져 있어.
This shop has been looted.
강도를 당했군. 오랜만이다 위긴스.
You ain't from round here.
다른 애인가? 다른 애네.
Whitechapel Street. We are in one of the main areas in the district.
길거리에 거지 새끼들이 왜 이렇게 많아?
Whitechapel Street.
어디로 가야 되는 거냐?
My husband can't pay the rent.
Another shop.
상황이 되게 안 좋네 가게들이.
Burner Street.
뭔 금부요. 뭘 나랑 셜록홈즈를 해.
You're the police.
사람들이 굶어 죽는다고. 뭐야 이 중국어는.
This sign would appear to be that Burner Street.
아니 쉬벌. 띵 소리가 계속 나.
Burner
Street. 띵 소리 왜 나는 거지? 아 저런 거 보일 때 띵 소리 나는 건가?
Whitechapel Street.
Whitechapel Street.
Here's the public dispensary.
아
I'm looking
이거
for.
적고 있었구나. 공공보건소. 아유. 주먹 휘두르기는 없습니다. 프리게임인디. 하이.
Good day. Please excuse us. Oh, Grant.
뭐야 아는
Is it
사람이요?
you?
Yes, but wait a moment. Watson.
뭐야
It's been
이거?
years. Since the Faculty of Medicine, if my memory serves me right.
Yes, we were young and ambitious. I didn't expect to find you here. I thought you had gone to America.
No. I find that I prefer the filth here, amputating gangrenous legs.
Ah.
왓슨 의사잖아.
Unfortunately, I was unable to leave. For
의과 나왔지 당연히.
I had to give up surgery. So instead, I crouched down in this rat hole, rubbing shoulders with the world's misery.
왜 이렇게 부정적이요?
Treating those in need is a noble calling. You underestimate the importance of your work.
If you say so. It's true that in the beginning I felt as you do, but as time goes by, the more this cursed area seems like hell. You think that nothing can get worse, and the next day you see that it can. Now famine has hit these poor wretches.
아, 그래서 밖에 사람들 다 굶고 있었구나.
Grant, I'd like to introduce you to Sherlock Holmes.
Pleased to meet you. Well, no one comes here by chance, therefore I imagine that you need something in particular. How can I help you?
메스를 주었는데요.
Dr. Grant, we are in possession of a scalpel which was found in an unusual location. Does it come from your dispensary, as we believe?
From its mark, I'd say it was stolen from us.
훔쳐간
A lot of
거다.
things disappear from here, you understand. Life is hard in Whitechapel. When the staff find a way of adding to their salary, they rarely hesitate to do so.
Thank you, Doctor. Farewell, Doctor.
See you soon.
덕더 약간 이런 말투잖아요, 영국이.
How can I help you?
I suggest that we go to the cemetery next to the public dispensary.
이제야 좀 도움이 되는 말을 하는구나, 왓슨아.
Closed.
공동 묘지로 가자.
Closed.
Even here, this.
뭐요?
Buy my flowers, my lord, for your.
여기가 공동 묘지구나. 그냥 다친 사람 바로 묻기. 화장해, 화장이 편해. 장사하기 딱 좋은 위치긴요, 여기. 꽃장사 해야지, 입구에서.
Sinister, frightening, and ill-kept. What a terrible place for one's final rest.
At least hunger no longer gnaws at them.
팔아야지. 반드시 팔아야지.
Closed.
아이 씨발아. 밧줄이다.
Let us see if the elements analyzed in Baker Street and this cemetery. This rope is only worn on one side. This rope is only worn
똑같네요.
on one side.
같은
The
밧줄이구만.
rope used to tie up the Bishop of Knightsbridge came from this cemetery.
여기서 일하는
It is only
사람이구만.
worn on the one side because it is used to lower coffins into graves.
새끼가. 수프 배급처. 여기로 가야겠는데? 커츠 포도 먹는 고릴라.
A leaflet for the soup kitchen. This leaflet is dated for the day after tomorrow. The tickets for the soup kitchen are given out on the same day. Only somebody who works there could have written on it.
옆에 들고 있어.
This shovel belongs to the cemetery. Let us see if the elements analyzed in Baker Street and this cemetery.
딱 봐도 똑같구만. 뭘 분석을 해? 똑같잖아. 다른 게.
These stones are.
이거를 이렇게 껴둘 수 있나? 뭐지?
These stones are.
뭘 더하라는 거야, 이 새끼야?
These stones. Granite. Black paint. The same black paint covers these stones. This black painted stone is identical to the fragments found in the rope which we analyzed at Baker Street and in the footprints of the Bishop of Knightsbridge's murderers.
이걸 이제 알았어? 알고 있던 거잖아.
This must be the gravedigger's cabin.
Well, judging by the.
Let us see if the elements analyzed.
알았어. 이거랑 이거 C8 그냥 아우 똑같잖아. 뭘 또 눌러봐서 알아. 아우.
It came from a grave, then. What a lovely thought.
Everything coincides, Watson. The fragments of granite at the
아무튼 여기서 일하는 사람이 범인 중에 한 명이었다.
of this cemetery.
As well as the rope that was used to restrain the poor man. One of those used to lower the coffins.
I can think of only two reasons why anyone should happen to spend a great deal of time in a cemetery. Either he is at rest here, or he works here. At least one of the bishop's murderers is employed here.
없는 소리 보소.
A shame. If he was at rest here, it would have made our job easier. Let's look for a mobile soup kitchen.
오케이. 왓슨이 해야 할 일을 잘 알려주네. 이동식 무료 급식소를 알아보자. 우리도 간 김에 밥 좀 먹을까? 나가는 길 어디야? 여기서 꽃 팔지 마쇼. 너 똑같이 생겼냐? 여기 줄 서고 있는데? 베이크숍.
It's the last bread shop open in the area.
뭐 여기 약간 청년촌인가?
We aren't investigating down there, Holmes, are we? Are you sure?
응?
Nothing of interest here.
여긴 더 못 간다.
It's the last.
무료 급식소가 어디 있어요?
Sorry, the market is closed.
Leave me alone.
녹음 잘했네.
Batty Street.
야스가 되겠냐고.
Let's look for
Batty Street.
깡패들 뭐야 이거? 아니 무료 급식소 어딨어 이거? 저건가? 너냐?
A circulating
맞네.
soup kitchen.
찾았어.
Holmes. The man from the soup kitchen isn't only involuntary.
주사에게 야바이 게임도 하네.
A money game.
Oi, oi! We're giving out free soup after mass, right here. Don't hesitate.
교환장애.
Come get yours. All thanks to Prince Woodville's kind generosity. A ticket for a hot bowl of bacon soup.
Excuse me, my good fellow.
You don't look like the needy.
We're not here for the soup, we're merely passing through. But I would like to commend you for your good charity.
It's the Prince of Woodville who's the charity.
우드빌 왕자.
All I'm doing is filling the bowls. For the first time ever in this area, someone's thinking of the poor people here. Look around you. At every street corner, you'll find someone giving out
진짜로
soup
고맙긴
just
한가
like
보네.
me. I grew up here, and I can promise you, it's the first time the toffs have thought about us.
And no one tries to take advantage of this?
No, mister, that's not possible. You have to exchange a ticket against a bowl. The tickets have the day's date on them, and are handed out after mass.
식권.
That way no one can cheat.
얻어먹는 고릴라 아시는지.
A bowl of good bacon soup isn't for you, gentlemen.
We're looking for two people called Grape Ape and Kurtz. Do you know them?
Can't you see I'm giving out soup?
아오.
You again. You can't have any soup, you're too rich. It's for the poor, not the toffs.
And what would you say to relieving two toffs of their wallets by giving them a chance at dice? Your ring against my friend's superb
왜
silver
왓슨을?
watch.
Holmes, I inherited this watch from my brother. It has a great sentimental value.
Watson, show your watch to our friend here.
Done. Make yourselves at home. All right, mister. First
뭐야,
who
어떻게 하는
gets
거야?
36 points wins.
주사위를 굴려서 36점 도달한다. 해골이 도달하면은 해골이 보이면 다 없어진다. 오케이. 계속 굴려. 계속 굴려. 해골이 6분의 1이잖아. 6번은 굴려야지. 씨발! 얘도 망했네. 그만둘까? 한 번만 더. 오케이. 여기서 끝. 병신 같은 놈. 한 번만 더. 쟨 진짜 운 없다. 오케이. 천천히 하자 그냥. 오. 내가 이기면 왓슨 시계 줘야지 뭐. 내 거 아님. 왓슨 거임. 잠깐만. 위험한 친구일세. 그만. 천천히 할까잉? 나가 이년아. 나 4점 더 얻으면 끝이요. 컷.
Perfect.
Aren't you gonna leave me alone? Can't you see I'm busy?
We win.
Hey, not so fast. We'll play again.
Out of the question. You have lost.
넌 걸 것도
You owe me
없잖아 이
your
새끼야.
Oh, it means a lot to me, this ring. Dad give it me
갑자기
before he
사연팔이. 아니 걸지
He
말던가.
choked on his own glass eye. Me mum didn't get over the shock of it, and she killed
우리는
herself,
형님한테 물려받은 시계
smashing her head
걸었다고.
open with her wooden leg. And she'd only just heard that me sister
창부
was a
누이.
prostitute, had caught an embarrassing
지랄한다
disease
진짜.
that made all her hair fall out. And worse, our dog
아유.
got run over when he...
As this ring holds such sentimental value for you, I will allow you to keep it. What would you say to exchanging that against some information about
이런
Great
식으로.
Ape? That seems like a fair deal, don't you think?
Yeah, well, Grape Ape works with us. He usually deals with the tickets, but we haven't seen him for a few days.
어떻게 생겼는지
Where is he
알려줄게.
usually to be found?
Well, last time I saw him, he was with his mates from the dispensary.
보건소의
Deal with the
친구야.
morgue. Now that's all I know.
It is quite good enough. Keep your ring, my good man, as a souvenir of your poor father.
A souvenir of me dad, me mum, me sister, and me dog.
One further thing. You said that Grape Ape's friends work at the morgue. Which morgue?
The morgue at the dispensary. I must say, they got a funny job. They wash the dead,
보건소 다시 가야 되네.
cut their hair, they clean the blood.
There isn't a certain Kurtz amongst the employees.
Listen, we didn't play for info.
The dispensary has got its own morgue.
Well, yeah, I've just told you so. It's the one that all the
보건소의
undertakers
영안실 그리고 그
prefer.
옆에 묘지. 레전드.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
위치 선정이 인자기급이네. 야, 영안실 문 열어줘 이 새끼야. 넌 놀래키지 좀 마 임마.
How can I help you?
Tell me, Doctor, do you have a morgue in your dispensary?
Yes, it is the busiest place in the building.
We would like to see it.
The door at the far end, the one with the unpleasant smell.
Very good.
그냥 보내주네.
Farewell, Doctor.
지야.
Look, Holmes, a list of the recently dead. How sad.
너도 저렇게 될 거야 이년아.
I see names that have something in common.
잉? 이름이 보인다고? 최근 사망자 사라 퍼거슨, 올리버 복셀, 셀리 패티코트, 존 해밀턴, 제임스 바나비, 리 코퍼필드. 23개의 자상? 뭐가 익숙한 이름이라는 거지? 모르겠다.
I understand now why my colleague keeps quiet about his morgue. This place is a real mess.
Concentrate, Watson. We must look for clues about Great
커츠와
Ape's
포도 먹는 고릴라.
friends.
단서를 찾아라잉. 커츠다.
This is Kurtz's overall, so he really does work at the morgue. Strange that he left his overall here.
어디 갔노?
Holmes, this is Kurtz. We've just found
방금
one
내가
of the
커츠라고
Bishop of
말했잖아,
Knightsbridge's
왓슨아.
murderers.
이풍 뭐야 이거?
I need something. I need.
뭐가 필요하다는 거지? 들고 와야 되나?
I need.
뭐지?
I need some.
Look at the state of the instruments. They've probably never been cleaned.
자꾸 띵 소리가 나. 이런 게 있었어?
A small metal stem.
짝뚝짝뚝.
Perfect.
오잉? 이런 게 숨겨져 있네.
Two keys.
Well, well.
말 먹고 갑니다잉. 이거 아까 거기 공동묘지에 있는 오두막 키 아니야? 그레고리 추리는 좀 날카롭네. 이거 아까 그 오두막 맞네. 꽃 팔지 말라고 이년아. 여기 아니야? 열쇠. 응? 뭔디?
Perfect.
뭐야 문을 이렇게 열어야 돼? 개빡세네.
Here, this hut is on the map. Let us search it from top to bottom, Watson.
Oh, what a jumble.
웃기 있다. 인부들에게 알립니다. 무덤을 만들 공간을 확보하기 위해 연인의 나무를 쓰러뜨려 주길 바랍니다. 기근이 끝나지 않는다면 더 많은 손님들이 이곳을 찾을 테니 말입니다. 리자 피롱.
How is it that there is no room in this cemetery?
그냥 화장해. 이 시대 때는 화장을 안 했나?
Impossible.
도끼로 찍어.
Bags filled with nails.
I can see a large crack.
Bags filled.
가는 물건?
A hole was drilled. There is a sack inside this.
자네 말대로 하려 도굴꾼. 했네만 계획대로 되는 일은 없더군. 그래서 상자는 잠가뒀다네. 새로 오신 로미오와 줄리엣 옆에 고이 모셔뒀지. 아까 그 부부가 될 사이였는데 같이 죽었다는 애. 그 무덤.
We are making headway.
This message confirms.
Valuable.
Look, this box says.
그냥 길가에 버리면 안 되냐? 새로 오신 무덤이 어디 있을까잉? 로미오와 줄리엣이 어디 있을까잉? 상자가 있다. 상자가
This must be.
Well, Judge.
아니면 영안실에 다시 가야 되나? 영안실인 것 같다. 뭐야 이거? 곁! 근데 일하는 애면은 여기 기다렸다가 잡으면 되는데 이 새끼는 어디 갔어 이거? 상자 안 보이는데? 좋댔다.
How can I help you?
Farewell, Doctor.
야, 힌트 좀.
Let's find the lover's tree.
아, 연인의 나무를 공동묘지 자리 만들어야 된다고 배락을 했었지. 왓슨 도움이 되는구만. 좋았어. 연인의 나무가 도대체 어떤 나무일까? 나무가 이건가?
Here is our tree. Let us examine the
셀리
inscriptions.
존, 줄리아 에드빈, 에바 벤, 마리아 브라이언.
Sally and John. This design was the last to be done. Sally and John is engraved here as a symbol of their love. Nothing of interest here.
영원히 갈 사랑 이런 건가 보네. 뭐가 이렇게 많아?
Nothing of
아오.
Nothing of interest. Nothing of interest here. Nothing of
씨발!
nothing of interest.
어쩌라는 거죠? 왓슨! 알려줘.
We must find Sally.
아하.
Nothing of interest.
이 무덤 중에 셀리와 존의 무덤을 찾는 거잖아. 그러면 다 눌러야 되는 게 맞잖아, 이 씨발. 여긴 없는가 본데? 셀리와 존의 표식, 아니네. fuck. 저거다. 그거니. 이 새끼구나. 아, 요거네.
Yes, it must be there.
야, 우리가 도구를 해야 돼?
I need some.
탑 있었잖아, 아까. 진짜 셜록홈즈 선 마구마구 넘네.
This shovel.
You frighten.
바로 파묘 들어가자. 우리라고 못할 건 없지.
This must be
Very well.
왜 또 왓슨한테
A
시켜?
metal box.
The lock on this box is rather sophisticated.
This box comes from a bank. The criminals must have held on to it after a
782-354-64 이거 하면 되나? 응? 뭔 소리야 이거? 응? 뭐지? 들리기? 아. 엥? 어떻게 움직이는 거야, 얘네들? 아. 어우, 족같네, 조작감. 아, 이렇게 합쳐버리는구나. 뻑! 살을 또 떼야 되네. 음흠. 있다. 2, 3. Fuck. 그냥 야가다 좀 하면 될 것 같은데. 어? 잠깐만 갇혀버렸어. 오만 이제 이쪽으로 옮기면 되는데. 이것도 그냥 왓슨 시키지. 아 잠깐만 씨발아 얘랑 얘만 바꾸면 되는데. 어지럽네. 으아. 잠깐. 어? 캬.
There we are. It is simplicity itself.
좋았다.
This key must be important to be hidden here.
These candlesticks are undoubtedly...
A hammer covered in blood.
이번 뭐? 야 안에 누구 있나봐.
Holmes, there is someone in that hut.
I saw Watson. Come and keep your revolver at the ready just in case.
리볼버 장전해 주면서. 존나 힘들게 해놓고 시군중 못 끼웠네.
We're not the police. Do not be alarmed.
That's a strange way of reassuring someone.
총을 겨누며 안심하게.
Holmes, they are children.
오잉?
My God, one of them is hurt.
What do you want? Don't come any closer. Are you the police?
Don't be afraid. I am a doctor. I'm going to look
총
at
들고
your friend's
있으면서
wound.
무서워 말거라.
Wait, Watson. I've got some questions to ask these children.
This is urgent, Holmes. In this filthy place, the risk of infection is very high, and the wound could get worse with every second lost.
The immediate danger for these children is not so much the wound as Mr. Fletcher.
Who?
Look at the wound, Watson. It's thin and precise. It was made by a sharp, well-kept
칼에
blade.
맞았네.
Any other blade, less well-kept, would have torn the tissue around it, and its size would be irregular.
So what does that imply?
In this area, who would take such great care with a blade? A butcher, of course. And the only butcher in the area is Samuel Fletcher, who at this moment is replacing a window that has been forced open. He's a man to hold grudges, as anyone around here will tell you.
The children are in danger.
A man as skillful with a knife as a butcher, and with a bad reputation to match, could easily strike a fatal blow by cutting the child's jugular. If he hasn't done it, it's surely because these little thieves broke into his shop at night to steal a piece of meat. The poor lighting in this area saved them. I can assure you that Mr. Fletcher has spent the day trying to trace these children. If he finds them, wounds will be the least of their problems.
That's true. What do you want? Don't let the butcher find us.
일단 치료해줄게.
Dr. Watson will see to your wound, but the
하지만
treatment
공짜는
won't be free.
아니지.
I don't need to remind you that life is hard. You know that already. Give me the address of a certain Kurtz, and the doctor will dress your wound. No address, no treatment.
I can't tell you, mister. Kurtz is a dangerous madman.
터치야? 가다 독해.
Holmes, you go too far. You have frightened the poor child.
I could give Mr. Fletcher a compensation for the damage to his property, and he would certainly give up trying to find you there.
좀 더 좋게 말해봐.
But for that, you'll have to cooperate.
Or else?
Or else he'll likely find a less agreeable way of repairing the damage.
Wait, mister. I know everyone here. I'll help you. Only protect us from the butcher.
이게 맞구나.
I am looking for Kurtz.
치료를 물었는데 갑자기 지가 협박하잖아.
things over with Mr. Fletcher.
Everyone here knows Kurtz. He's the worst person in the area. We call him the Colonel because he fought against the Zulus in Africa. He got chucked out the army because he's completely crackers. He lives at number 8 Batty Street.
Good. Watson, see to the wound. Then we will settle the problem between these young men and Mr. Fletcher.
베티가 8번지에서 커츠를 찾을 수 있다. 공동묘지를 나가서 왼쪽으로 꺾은 다음에 오른쪽으로 꺾으라. 알았어. 8번지 아까 간 거 같아.
It won't be
아, 왓슨 이 새끼
I've had
호구라니까.
dealings with Samuel Fletcher before now. He's not the monster I've made him out to be. If he had wanted to kill them, he would have done so, even in dim light. By wounding the little thief,
경고의
he
의미였다.
wanted to warn him
얘네가
never to set foot in
도둑질해가지고.
his shop again.
도둑질하면 칼 맞아야지. 맞긴 해.
Fletcher, Watson.
플래처 씨가 잘했네.
You mean you lied to frighten those poor children?
Exactly. Clever, wasn't it?
그저 족간지. 철황.
Well, mister, that's a mighty fine
어,
outfit you're
뭐야
wearing
이거.
there. You stand out
생긴 거
like
보소.
a sore thumb, and that's no lie. Watch that you don't get it all dirtied up, but you'd be welcome to come back to my place. It's not far, and I'd sponge it
귀족인가
down
근데
for
쟤는 왜
you.
이렇게 잘생겼냐? 왕자인가?
Don't go back to Daddy's place.
아까 야바이 했던 아저씨도 있네.
Thank you, madam. I'm certain that you would make a very good job of it. That will not be necessary, however. But your thought was a kind one.
We'd best be leaving now, sir.
Here, please accept this sovereign as a token of my gratitude for your concern.
Well, I never. Thank you. That's right generous of you, my lordship.
You are very welcome, madam.
Madam, he calls me. Bless my garters. What a gent.
If you're ready now, sir.
Yes, let us go.
말을 잘하시네.
What a remarkable man the Prince Woodville.
아, 오드빌 왕자 맞네.
Though she was an equal.
오드빌 왕자가 여기 그 무료급식소 뿌린 사람이잖아.
Let's find Batty Street.
아, 길 까먹었잖아, 10년아. 왼쪽으로 공동묘지를 나가서 여기가 공동묘지인가? 아, 여기 왼쪽으로 꺾은 다음 오른쪽으로 꺾으면 베티 8번.
Whitechapel Street.
베티다 여기. 여기로 쭉 가면 베티 8번. 맞아?
Closed.
베티 8번 여기 맞다. Closed. 열쇠 딱.
My God, Holmes, it's appalling. And the smell. But what can have happened?
헐 뭐야 이거.
Stay calm, Watson. Take note of
다
every
죽어
detail
있는디?
and be careful not to move anything.
Very well, Holmes.
오 쉣. 왜 이래?
What a horrible wound.
그 독극물 지들끼리 먹고 조창났나 보네. 공격성 높아지는 거.
This part is in shreds. The skin tissue has decomposed. Yet the death is recent.
약 먹으면 저렇게 피부 찢어지나 보다. 그 주교처럼.
The skin was deeply torn. Let us look at our deduction board, Watson. The dog's bowl is empty.
What should we do?
이럴 땐 또 내가 해야지. 그래. 오잉?
Grapes. What are they doing there?
포도. 고릴라. 포도 먹는 고릴라.
This is yesterday's newspaper.
어제자
An
신문.
old photo. It's written to our
Kurtz.
comrade Jeremy Kurtz from Commando
꽁대요?
J. Malan, Bloemfontein, 1883.
Kurt served as a Boer commando. He fought against his country.
그래? 왜 이게 배신이지? 역사적인 사실인 듯.
A newspaper covering the war in South Africa. Kurtz must have been following the war with some
이
interest.
새끼는 그냥 사람 죽이는 걸
Boer war is
좋아하는구나.
abominable, and it still rages.
A military badge of the 58th Infantry Regiment of Her Majesty and a letter stipulating Kurtz's exclusion from the unit. He served in
At that time, the regiment served in South.
보어 전쟁 참여한 것도 확인.
a torn piece of a letter.
대령님께 말란 특공대 수뇌부에서 대령님의 운영 방식에 불만을 표출했다는 소식을 들었습니다. 그 방식이 너무 급진적이고 잔인했습니다.
It seems to be a letter of dismissal.
너무 잔인하게 했나 보네.
Kurtz served in both camps in South Africa and was never a colonel, but that doesn't surprise me.
A traitor, deserter, and a false.
사령병의 배신자인데
Charming gentleman.
가짜 대령이다.
Someone wrapped some meat up in this newspaper. The blood is still fresh. Someone brought food for the dogs. Probably
걔한테
just before the
미치는
fight broke out.
약이 담긴 고기를 줬나 보네. 얘도 똑같구만.
This part is in shreds.
The skin was deeply.
What a horror!
띵.
What a horrible wound.
Size 9.
구문.
Boots like those
징박힌
worn by
부츠.
laborers.
거기 발자국 있던 거다.
Size hobnail. This bandage is a day or two old, no more.
What terrible wounds. This part is in shreds. The skin.
얘도 똑같은 거 먹었나 보네.
Only a dog could inflict so deep a wound. It is a dog bite. This bandage is a.
What terrible.
죽었니?
What?
Please take note.
The same finger that we found at the Bishop of Knightsbridge's
얘 손가락 잘리네. 주교한테.
Please take.
The same.
Holy fuck. 야.
The material on this tray is rather odd. Small burnt balls.
알려. 아 이거 독극물 제조에 제조했던 건가 본다. 이거 그러네. 독극물 제조 물품들이네.
There can be no doubt.
Opium. I doubt if this man could have made his drug here. A pipe. A pipe.
A pipe.
A small. Small.
다 했나?
Let us look at.
아편을 피웠다. 살인이 일어나기 전에 개들은 먹이를 먹었다. 시체에는 물린 상처들이 가득하다. 개들과 맹렬히 싸웠다. 개들은 중독된 상태였다. 여기에는 아편을 만들기 위한 도구가 존재하지 않는다. 만들어져 있는 아편을 담뱃대와 함께 받았다. 주교의 살인범 중 하나다.
Let's return to the clinic and ask if our friend might lend us his morgue for 2 hours.
What are you going to do?
I'm torn between a nap and a picnic.
Oh, I've had enough, Holmes.
The next step of our investigation, Watson, leads us inevitably to a post-mortem. As you're well aware, in the instance where a body's vital organs no longer function, every minute is vital. Be quick now and procure the room while I arrange the transport.
Very well. I will see you later.
그러게. 신기하네. 바로 영안실로 이동시켜 주는구나. 편하다.
Ah, Grant, you are still here. I need to ask a favor from you.
What sort of favor, my dear friend?
Might I use your morgue for a couple of hours? It concerns an affair of the greatest
Use the morgue? Whatever for? Letting you poke your nose in everywhere is one thing, but closing my eyes to I don't know what unsavory practices.
No, it's nothing like that.
No, it isn't possible, sorry.
Grant, listen to me.
Don't insist. Where do you think you are? Perhaps because you come from the rich area, you think you are entitled to do whatever you like. But here in Whitechapel, it's the real world, you understand? The real world, where we have to take risks. Do you even know what that means? And this shabby health centre where I've been stagnating for years, it's a public establishment under my authority, for whatever that's worth. I'm responsible for it. Responsible, do you understand?
Of course I understand, Grant.
Good.
I understand, first and foremost, that you are a coward.
What?
A coward, I said, sitting on your backside behind a desk for years, complaining about your fate without even trying to change a single thing about it.
I won't allow you.
And you dare to talk to me about risks? I, who was wounded in Afghanistan while in Her Majesty's service, and who, for a great many years, has taken part in some of the most dangerous criminal investigations the country has ever known.
But
as for being responsible, as you call it, it begins with doing your job properly, particularly when one is a doctor and caring for the poorest people within our society. The real life? Don't make me laugh. I am a doctor too, Grant, don't forget. And I'm ashamed of my profession when I see the state of this centre.
It's not my...
So, your disgusting morgue, you are going to allow me to use it, dear friend, because I urgently need it for a vitally important affair that is way over your head. And whether it pleases you or not. Understood?
If you want to be like that about it, do whatever you like. I wash my hands of the entire thing.
That doesn't surprise me. This is a dismal place. Have you ever carried out a post-mortem, Holmes? It requires a great deal of precision.
Don't worry, I learn quickly. Hand me a bone saw.
야, 톱. 이거 아니야? 뭐야 이거?
What do you think?
아니 왜 안 집어져?
I am missing some.
Go carefully, Holmes, even so.
I must clean.
시체 닦기.
I must mark the places to cut.
으아. 잘라용. 으아.
My notches are ready. No. No.
으아.
I can't do.
으아.
A ball of paper swallowed recently.
공이가 왜 있지 얘한테?
No.
으아.
No. This liquid found in the lungs should be able to tell us something.
지도를 삼키고 있었고.
What should we?
I must.
성분 분석을 해야 한다. 성분 분석은 어디서 해? 베이커 스트리트 내 거기로 돌아가야 되는 거 아니야? 여기서 해야 되나?
What should we do?
I must.
아니 분석을 어디서 하냐고 이 새끼야. 야.
This liquid found in the lungs should be able to.
Yep.
I haven't finished.
알았어요. 찍. 0014 찍 242 what? 잠깐만 한 번 더. 아 오케이 2520 0412 2020 똑같은 거구만 이거 아까 그거랑 0010
Poison and apparently.
아 아니네 피부 조직이 변하는 거네 이거는. 깊은 상처와 함께 피부 조직의 심한 퇴화를 유발. 죽음을 초래하진 않아. 아편을 피웠다. 아편과 독의 합성물에 중독되었다. 유교와 같은 독으로 미쳐버렸다. 공범자들은 담뱃재를 줬다. 공범자에 의해 살해당했다. 중독되었다. 됐다.
That was a most instructive post-mortem. This man was murdered by his accomplices because of his missing finger.
I see. He was overly conspicuous, walking around with a
일부러
bandaged hand.
쳐낸 거구나.
The police would have been looking for a man with a missing finger. But how did they manage to disguise the murder by making it look like a dog attack?
The post-mortem revealed the presence of poison in his system. Everything points to it being a less potent form of the poison we found in the bishop's rooms.
조금 약한
This
독성.
man died as much from the poison as from fighting against those animals. I believe this new version of the substance provokes such a rage that the victim attacks anything in his path, and in this instance it was dogs. We're dealing with sorcerers' apprentices whose creations are ever evolving. They are attempting to obtain a particular effect, and they try out their formulae on human guinea pigs.
You're saying that his accomplices forced him to drink it?
No, he took it himself, voluntarily. The poison wasn't to be found in his blood, but in his lungs. I also discovered
아편에
numerous
섞여서 그냥
traces of opium.
줬대버렸네.
I'm beginning to see. They mixed this horrible poison with his opium, knowing that he would soon smoke it to ease the pain caused by his wound.
Exactly. And such a profound knowledge of both chemistry and toxicology is uncommon. Very well. We know the reason and the manner, but we're really not any further ahead. How will we find the 2 other men who murdered the bishop? By going to 13 Burner Street. It is in this area.
But where did you get that address, Holmes?
From his stomach.
I see. He wanted to get rid of the address.
No, he wanted revenge.
I don't follow you.
When the man with the missing finger began to feel the effects of the poison, he knew that he was going to die, and he knew that there would be a post-mortem. Shall we go?
코츠 이 새끼만 잡으면 될 것 같은데. 아, 자기가 당한 거 알고서 지도를 삼켜가지고 여기로 가라 한 거구나. 13 배너 스트리트. 오케이.
Let's search for our...
13 배너 스트리트를 찾아야 돼. 배너 스트리트 8이 여기였고 13은 이쪽일 것 같은데. 뭐야. 오케이. 오우씨.
Nothing of interest here.
이쪽이 아니라고?
Sorry, the...
배너 스트리트 13을 어떻게 가지? 아, 배너. 여긴 베티고. 배너는 아예 원래 쪽이겠구나. 나한테 길 찾기 시키지 말라고.
Whitechapel.
이쪽인가? 배너다. 13 찾으면 된다. 13. 8. 버너. 9. 아, 여기네. 삐까뻔쩍한 곳.
There's our opium.
왠지 중국어 되어 있더라.
Good day, gentlemen. Welcome. What can I do for you?
One of your regular clients looked within himself to give us your address. He was very helpful.
Oh, I understand. Our clients quickly become regulars. Your friend isn't with you?
Sadly, no. He is tied up with his dogs.
I understand. I too love
아니,
dogs. Come in and make yourselves at home.
The keys to the establishment are all here together. Interesting.
Have you chosen some?
Not yet.
Make yourself.
여기서 아편 빠는 거구나.
Poor devils. See.
한 대 빨고 싶네.
Poor.
다들 즐겁게 빨고 있구만.
Closed.
You can't come in here. It's private.
Please excuse us, sir. Well, we have searched everywhere apart from 2 rooms. One of these rooms interests me particularly.
You are thinking of the guarded room, aren't you, Holmes?
아편 무슨 맛인가요?
But we should not consider any confrontation with the guard. Let us be discreet and enter the adjoining room.
It's locked, and it wouldn't be very discreet if we were to force it.
Nevertheless, we do need to get in there.
And the manager?
Let us find a way of distracting his attention.
주의를 돌리자고? 어떻게?
Have you chosen somewhere to sit, gentlemen?
Not yet. but we would like to ask you...
Make yourselves at home, gentlemen. Someone will take care of you.
What do you think, Holmes?
셜록홈즈야 이년아.
The key to the locked room is here. I must find a...
얘가 여기서 비키게 해야 되는데.
jasmine tea, judging by the aroma.
자스민 티는 왜 가지고 왔는데?
Closed.
Closed. 티 한잔 하실?
It's not.
Please. Dirty water. This bowl is used to wash smoking tools.
Not yet.
Make a...
이게 어떻게 비키게 하냐? 아, 나가버렸어, 시발.
Poor devils. Poor
devils. 뭘 해야 될까요? 전혀 뭐가 뜨지도 않는디.
Closed.
안 되나? 더러운 물.
It's not allowed.
Please excuse.
더러운 물을 얘네한테 뿌려야 되나?
Poor devils.
안 되네.
Poor. Not.
The key to the locked room is here.
돌아서 가야 된다고? 아, 씨발. 어떻게 행?
A pity I don't understand Chinese.
아하. 읽을 수 없다고 하네요.
Closed.
You can't come in here. It's private.
Please excuse us, sir.
Closed.
It's not allowed.
Please excuse.
아, 어떻게 이 새끼 시선을 끌어? 이 개 같은 거. 딴 데 갔다 와야 되나?
Ashes. It's not very clean here.
담뱃재랑 더러운 물이랑 차. 이걸 어디다 쓰지?
Not yet. What should we do next, Holmes? Poor.
으아. 으아. 으아.
Devil.
Closed.
Closed. 으아.
You can't.
Please.
으아. 아. 이렇게 섞을 수가 있었구나. 뭐야 이거? 이걸 얘한테 주면 되나?
It's. You can't.
Please.
싸구려 술을 만들었는데요.
This client is asleep.
Holmes, you talked about making
Another of our differences.
아, 이걸 얘한테 마시게 해. 존나 아파하는디?
What's the matter? Are you ill? Hey, mister! It'll be all right. Breathe.
The Chinese waiter is busy. We can go.
지금 열쇠를 다 훔치면 되는구만. 호로록! 이거였지 않았나? 이거 세 글자였는데. 아 씨발. 아 이거야? 육감 좋았다.
No.
아니? 아니 씨발려나. 육감이 저거 말하길래 저거 가져왔는데. 아우 이게 맞네 애초에.
The Chinese.
가자.
There we are. It is simple. Watson, put the key back in its place before the manager knows.
I shall be quick. I managed to return the key without being seen.
말을 잘 들어 왔으니.
Let's go in. This billhook is very thin and solid. This stick will serve as a weapon or for something else. A ventilation window.
Phew! What a stink! This bottle is full of...
마르비투르산.
All this material must be for... What do you think?
여기서 다른 방으로 넘어가야 된다고? 환풍구 때리는 게 아닌가 보네.
Phew!
마르비 여기다.
This small
Holmes, shh, listen.
Yeah, but that's different. I don't mind getting money for killing,
이
but he was
새끼네.
a sort of pope or something. And we didn't even get... Yeah, I know. I got nice rich man's boots. They must be worth about £20. But even so, and the boss ain't happy. And when I see him unhappy,
죽은 애가 거치구나.
I don't fancy ending up like Kurtz.
이 새끼 뭐야?
Perhaps you're right. But we'll have a chance to make up for it. We just have to get it right this time. Because he won't forgive us so easily next time.
They are the bishop's murderers, Holmes. The fiends.
Calm down, Watson. We'll have to take care of the guard at the entrance. I think we should be able to find something in this place that would put an elephant to sleep.
Very good. But then what?
Then we take care of those two devils.
경비를 처리하라고? 어떻게? 아, 이거.
A syringe that could be useful.
주사기에다가
What a stink.
마르비 루트산을 뿌익뿌익 해주면 되는 거 아니야?
Small balls of
거기에 아편까지 섞어서. 왔다. 된 거 아니야?
What should we...
아하.
I need something.
엥?
I need
아하. 아하. 아하.
Holmes, do you really think that this is the
내가 필요한 게 아니라 이년아.
Don't worry, Watson. My mind only requires stimulation when it is unoccupied. That is not the case at the moment. I am merely heating these opium balls to obtain a liquid solution.
오해 니은.
You have a potentially very powerful sedative there, Holmes. Be careful, such a dose could be lethal.
This door shouldn't be open.
Let's hide, Holmes.
This place isn't very favorable for that. I hate the idea, but we will have to rely on luck.
There, it's locked.
We've been locked in. How are we going to get out of?
우리?
I think that window is locked.
This window is.
이걸로 뜯어내.
It's open.
I think. Good.
좋았다.
We can get out of here. After you, my dear fellow.
Very well, Holmes.
쉣. 그리고 이 주사기를 이제
It's not.
Please.
얘한테 꽂으면 되는 거 아니야? 아편?
It's time to take action,
이렇게.
Watson. Go and distract the brute guarding the door.
What? Why don't you do it yourself? You're an expert boxer after all.
It's not a matter of fighting. It's a matter of luring him to me.
Ah, I see. I imagine that the sedative is for him.
바로 앞에서 그냥
Well deduced,
수근수근.
Watson. Do something to bring the guard towards me. Good luck, Watson.
Sir, would you be so good as to come here?
버렸? 이거 뭐야 이거?
You again?
Do something to bring the guard towards me. Good luck,
다시
Watson.
한번.
Sir, would you be so good as to come here?
어이없네. 최근에. 오, 효과 좋다. 초록색으로 변할 때 해야 되는 거구나.
No, not that way.
Let's get to the corridor by the.
당연히 이래도 되죠. 홈즈는. 여기 대체 불법 영업장이잖아요. 야 잠깐. 아니 이거 맞아?
Holmes, what on earth are you doing? No, stop! Put your hands up. Don't try anything clever.
경찰 언제 불렀어?
You're under arrest. Take them away.
So be it. Come, Watson. Let us go.
뭐야 이거?
But why have we come back to Baker Street? It would have been better to join Baines to interrogate those criminals.
No. In the hands of the police, those crooks won't talk, and you know it. They risk being hanged.
그럼
I
어떡해요?
don't understand anything here.
We must explore all our leads. Let us take a look at the map of London. Nothing of interest here.
일단 켄싱턴에서
The
마무리해야죠.
bishop's nephew lives here.
Yes, he runs a ground floor room.
유교랑 싸웠다는 조카에 대해서도 이제 알아보러 온 거지. 그래.
Can I help you, gentlemen?
How do you do, madam? We should like to see one of your lodgers, Henry Hampford.
Well, he's away. And you must understand, I don't open my door to strangers, especially with all these prowlers about.
That is the reason
홈즈
for our
유명하잖아.
You're the police.
No, Henry is a friend of ours. He expressed his concern to us about
그냥
these
밥 먹듯이
intruders.
거짓말하노.
We're here at his request.
I'm not surprised. Mr. Henry, while he might seem strange at first, is a thoughtful and kind man. He must have noticed how worried I've been. Why, just this morning some of my washing was stolen, and I'm sure it was
총
those ones
쏘고
who took
아편하고
it.
그냥 난리 났다.
It seems like the best place to start our investigation. May we step into your garden and then perhaps look into our friend's room?
I don't see anything wrong with your looking over the garden, but his room... You understand, he didn't warn me.
I understand.
방이야 뭐 할머니 총으로 쏘고 들어가면 되지.
What should we do next, Holmes?
Let's have a look in the garden.
아니 아까 아편 주사 할머니한테도 그냥 꽂으면 되지.
Closed.
Indeed, there appears to be some linen missing.
왜 굳이 속옷만 훔쳐갔지? 뭐야 이거?
The wire seems long enough. The wire... Tins of food tied to one
이런 거 왜
They
해놓은
look to
거임?
me as though they're rudimentary
아
traps
누구
used
건너오면
to
소리
indicate
나게
the presence of
하려고.
intruders.
What a jumble.
똑똑하네. 뭔 할매 속옷이여. 아으.
Tins.
할 거 없네. 틴스. 여기.
There is something interesting here. I can't do.
구멍 뚫려 있네.
A hole was drilled a short while ago. This board has been placed or replaced recently.
여기로 뚫고 들어왔나 보다. 진짜 할매 훔쳐본 거야?
A hole. This.
아니지.
No. I can't.
뭐 해야 되는데? 뭘 해야 되는 거지?
I can't.
프리 게임입니다.
No. This board has been a hole.
지금 이 도구로는 못 하나 본디. 다른 도구 없나?
What should we do?
There should be a spade.
아.
A small pickaxe.
곡괭이 좋았다잉.
There should be a spade here.
삽이 없는데? 일단 곡괭이 삽 내가 가져갔구나.
Good, we can pass.
이래도 돼? 아니. 셜록 이거 미친놈이네.
This newspaper is 4 days old. The bishop's nephew was being watched long before his uncle's murder. The remains of a small meal. Nothing of interest.
조카가 죽인 건 아닌가 그러면? 조카가 사주하거나?
To let.
방이 있음. 나도 셜록이라 하고 배맞이 부순다니. 무슨 소리니?
It is just as I thought. Here's an ideal view of Henry's room.
뭐지? 헨리의 방을 이걸로 왜 감시하는 거지? 왜 그런 거지?
Closed. There should.
아주 무서운 놈이네. 속옷도 훔쳐가고 누가 헨리 좋아하나? 뭔 킹덤컴 세계관이랑 이어져. 아우.
No, it is unnecessary.
아 할매.
Nothing of interest.
한 거 아니야? 뭐 할 게 없어. 정원은 해도 된다. 정원 갔잖아. 또 뭘 안 했어. 또 뭘 뒤져봐야 돼. 뒤적뒤적. 길 막지 말아 왔으나. 띵. 은시코 반갑다. 그냥 돌로 창문 깨고 들어가면 안 되냐? 밖에서 뭐 들어오거나 그럴 길이 있었을 텐데. 아니 나 뭐 더 안 한지 모르겠어잉.
What do you think?
여기 있다.
Without a doubt, it is the linen belonging to Henry's landlady.
헨리의 속옷만 훔쳐간 이유 뭘까잉?
A rake. Why take it, Holmes?
벌써 불안한 왓슨이면 개추. 왜 챙기는 거지? 이러면서.
There should. Closed.
근데 진짜 왜 챙김 이거? 갑자기? 짭짭이 만나러 간다 하지 않음? 그게 짭짭님이 저 버렸어요. 갑자기 절 유기해가지고 다시 돌아왔습니다. 내일 만나기로 했어. 내일.
Closed.
내일은 만나줄 것 같지? 아 진짜예요? 아 더 뭐하냐고 이 새끼야. 클로우스드 이것만 몇 번 들은 거야. 아우 땅이라도 파? 어이가 없네.
Nothing of it.
맛은 도움 안 돼 지금. 나한테 오히려 역질문해 이 새끼.
What should we do next?
나도 몰라 이년아. 못됐어. 어?
This window overlooks the room.
이거 하나 안 했다고 지금 아무것도 못한 거야? 아니네.
There should be a clothes.
아 빨래 집게. 뭐 없는데?
Clothes.
빨래 집게는 왜 집고 있는 거지 이거? 그라.
Tins.
안 한 거 있으면 파란색으로 나왔는데 파란색으로 안 나오는 게 없어. 열받네. 뭘 봐 이년아.
What do you think? What do you think? What do you think, Holmes?
홈즈.
Closed.
갈퀴로 이거 부수면 안 돼? 삽이나 이런 걸로? 팔로의 락픽. 성냥으로 불태우기. 아우.
Nothing. It is just as I.
리얼. 나 여기서 진행이 막혔는데 갇혀버렸어.
To let.
할머니 저 갇혔어요. 누가 구글 검색 안 해주나? 아니 이건 뭐라고 검색해야 돼 근데? 어느 단계인지 어떻게 알아? 아 켄싱턴 장원 도둑 맞은 빨랫감 검색해보겠습니다. 도저히 못 찾겠어. 셜록 홈즈의 유언 켄싱턴 장원 정원 도둑 맞은 빨랫감. 어? 잠긴 창고 옆에 나무를 올려다 보면은 빨래가 걸려 있습니다. 에? 여기 아니야? 그거를 갈퀴로 긁으라는데요? 아 이걸 어떻게 찾아?
This clothing is torn. The man who stole it must have caught it on a tree when he stood upon the fence.
And at the moment when he jumped, he left this jacket in the tree.
이제 찾았네. 다 한 거 아니야? 더 있어? 잠깐 또 찾아봐야겠다. 이제 정문으로 가서 주인장이랑 대화를 하라네요. 이 새끼 왜 자꾸 부담스럽게 내 앞을 막을까? AI가 내 앞을 막게 설계되어 있는 것 같은데. 젖같네.
Is this the washing you were looking for?
Oh, yes, that's it. Where did you find it?
On the ground, doubtless blown there by the wind.
They didn't steal it then.
훔쳐간 거 맞긴 해. 왜 구라치는 거야?
Were nothing more than clothes thieves.
That is not the case, madam. This affair seems to be rather more serious than that.
헨리를 왜
It appears that these
감시했을까?
intruders were spying on Henry. Now, please, let us see his room.
gracious me, whatever next? Come in. Take the first door on the left. It's open. He never locks it.
Never?
No, never. Well, you know him. He doesn't do things like everyone else. He lives in a world of his own.
자기만의
When
세계.
did you see him last? Did he say anything to you?
Yesterday morning, he just muttered a few words. I can't always understand what he's saying. When he does talk, that is. I can ask him a question, but he just stares off somewhere. The floor, the ceiling, as if I wasn't there. At first I found it strange, but I've gotten used to it.
Yes, I know exactly what you mean. He's sometimes nervous too, isn't he?
Oh, yes. As soon as anything upsets him. Even when he's alone in his room, he gets cross. And then the next second he is standing stock still. He stares off into space and calms down again as fast as he became angry.
자, 방 뒤져보자.
Someone emptied a
여기
bag
사람들
here.
다 불쾌하게 생겼어. 누군가 가방을 뒤졌네. 할매인가? 할매는 근데 그냥 집주인인데요? 바이올린 뭐야?
Violin. It is a lovely one, but where's its case?
셜록 홈즈도 이거 다룰 줄 알죠?
It is an impressive library for someone living alone.
그게
And he's read all that. Impressive.
문학 소년인디? 교양 있는 사람인디?
What is this strange installation?
뭐야 이거?
What is?
This candle is still hot. It's been used recently.
During the day? Whatever for?
얘도 아편 피우나? 뭐 하는 장비야 이게?
This rubbish bin was emptied, and then someone threw a torn piece of paper in it. And judging by the smell, there was also an onion.
Onion?
양파는 또
Let
왜?
us put these torn pieces.
아. 이러지 말아다오. 좆같네임. 일단 요거랑 요거다. 아닌가? 느낌 있는데? 뭔 말인지 알지? 테두리부터? 오케이 오케이. 근데 이게 너무 요 느낌. 아 이렇게구나. 일단 얘네들이 좀 많네요. 왜 이렇게 제대로구만. 이게 이쪽인가? 그럼 이게 이쪽이고. 좋았어. 사실 이 끝부분만 맞추면 되는 거라. 이건 가운데 쪽이잖아. 어? 이게 아무래도 여긴디? 어. (8번) (12번) 맞아? 어. 아니라고? 뭐야? 어. 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 어.
Both sides of the paper are blank. All this for nothing, Holmes.
닥쳐 왓슨. 이런 거는 대충 불 비추고 막 그러면 된다고. 한두 번이야? 어?
I need something.
응? 이거 맞잖아.
I need.
아, 빨래 집게. 어떻게 전응지로 의사라니. 스팅잉 거리. What? 야, 뭐 이어지는 단어가 아닌디? 아, 이거 종이끼리 이으면 되는구나 또. 아, 좆같네. 왼쪽 오른쪽이 없는데? 야. 이 느낌 아니야? 이 느낌 아니야? 스팅잉 거리 사우스뱅크 선창 1, 2, 3 아니야? 못갔네 그냥. 진짜 한국어라서 아무렇게나 해도 되네. 이거 어떻게 알아? 스팅잉 스트리트. 아, 그냥 이렇게 하면 되나? 선창 3일 사우스뱅크. 아.
The address of a dock on the Thames.
그냥 그대로였구나. 괜히 개지랄했네.
No hat, no coat.
할매, 저 할 일 다 했어요. 갈게요.
Closed.
Closed. 나가자. 할 거 다 했어.
Nothing of it.
응? 맵을 왜 안 나가지지? 그러니까 저 바깥이랑 안이랑 뭐 다 잠겨있다는데 어이가 없네. 뭐야 이거? 아니 이런 모드도 있어? 존나 쓸데없네.
What do you think?
아, 내보내줘 이 새끼야. 지도가 안 열려. 뭐 안 했나봐. 아하.
There's something interesting here.
죄다 공략을 보면 어떡해요 이 사람아.
Box.
오잉?
Let's see.
뭐야 이거? 상자를 열 방법을 찾으세요. 여기 있다.
He scratched the lock's cipher codes for himself. Watson, write them down for us.
근데 이건 병신 아니야? 왜 비밀번호를 상자에다가 그대로 적었나?
He scratched.
근데 이게 뭐임? (18, 6, 37, 11, 24) 이게 무슨 소리지? 오잉?
It is noted.
이게 뭐야?
I have.
This lock is very complex. The young Henry is remarkably intelligent.
1, 2, 3. 이렇게 하는 게 아닌 것 같은데. 어떻게 하는 거임 이거? 이게 왼쪽 오른쪽이 안 되는데? 근데? 한쪽으로만 존나 도는데요? 이게 무슨 소리니? 21번 돌리는 건 아닌 것 같은데. 헨리야, 이게 뭐니? 이건 진짜 모르겠는데? 이건 이름. 이것도 뭐라고 적혀있는지 모르겠네. 인이 순이수 반갑다잉. 빤스 벗고 게임은 좀. 아. 1, 2, 3. 5, 8. 4, 1, 5, 2, 6, 3, 3, 2, 2 이런 느낌인가? 모르겠는데? 0000부터 9999까지 다 해보는 건 몇 시간 걸리지 않나요? 이 씨발려나. 생각보다 금방 해. 씨발 이거 누르면 바로 되거든요. 이 사람아. 아. 아. 솔직히 뭐가 없는 거 같냐? 궁금하긴 하잖아. 이게 뭔지 궁금하긴 하잖아요. 진짜 모름. 으아. 으아. 아. 뭘 아야. 왓슨은 이런 거 몰라요. 아. 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 아니 진짜 법칙이 뭐가 없냐? 일이 왜 4야? 이거 피보나치 수열 아니야? 앞에 거 2개 더해서 뒤에 거 되는 거 8 아니야? Holy fuck. 아! 이건 알았다. 세로로 더해서 9인 거 아니야? 이게 1이네? 이거는 근데 다르더라고. 35로 오고 이거는 43. 그냥 씨발 상관이 없음. (35에서) 43 되려면 8을 더해야 되고 4씩 더한다고 치면은 39. 그럼 28에서 39 되려면 11인데 의미가 없네. 11이 여기 없는데. 이번 7이라고? 왜? 6, 3, 9, 7, 2, 9, 8, 1 더하면 9잖아. 서로 다르다고? 9잖아. 가로. 씨발 세로로 해. 가로까지 맞춰야 돼? 아, 가로로 10, 11, 10이다. 좆같네. 나머지도 일단 알아내고. 이건 1 아니면 7이다 그러면 나머지 알아내고 생각하죠. 집단지성 해. 뭐야 이거. 뭐야 이거. 이것도 가로로 더해봐? 24 21 그럼 이거 가운데 숫자 개 많이 큰 거 들어가야 되잖아. (2) 4 에? 근데 2 되고 4 되고 그럼 6 6인데 말이 안 되는데? 왜 갑자기 4가 나와? (14) 잘못 적었나 이거? 왜냐면은 2, 8, 14면 말이 되잖아. 그럼 8로 일단 할까? 이렇게도 하면 이거, 이렇게도 하면 이거. 뭔 비앙카 저탱이요. 테레사 아니야? 비앙카는 옛날에 죽은 애 아니야? 3이라고?
Empty.
됐다.
According to the label, this box contained a Colt Patterson.
It is a powerful weapon, Holmes.
하나는 그냥 왜냐면은 3개 맞추면은 하나는 찍으면 돼. 뭔 말인지 알지? 4개 중에 3개 맞추면 하나는 그냥 존나 돌리면 맞춰져.
Empty. But according to the label, this box contained a Colt Patterson.
콜트 패더슨이면은 총 아니야? 총 들고 갔네 헨리. 미친놈 아니야 이거. 아, 또 블로그 글을. 세 번째는 맨 위쪽부터 오른쪽으로 마이너스 3, 마이너스 2, 마이너스 1이고. 그래. 이게 지금 화면 캡처로 해놔가지고 알탭하면 꺼져. 한 거 아니야?
He got his scarf out, but he forgot to take it. My dear Watson, in the garden and in this room,
바이올린
pieces are missing
상자가
which should never
없어졌고요.
have left.
리볼버가 없어요. 그리고 삽이 있어야 되는데 없어요.
Quick, Watson, there's not a moment to lose. Go and thank that charming lady while I try to
매력적인
recapture
여성이라고?
our new friend.
Recapture?
그런 취향이에요,
What
홈즈?
makes you think that he has run away?
I believe that our man suffers from behavioral problems. You must have seen or heard about those poor fellows who spend their time counting the gravel stones in the garden or moving objects from one place to another
홈즈 아니야
hundreds of
이거.
times in one day. Well, the bishop's nephew suffers from a moderate form of this condition. Nothing would be more disturbing to him than to leave a personal space in such chaos, and yet this is what he has done with this room. For it to reach such a state of neglect can only indicate that he was in a most desperate situation.
And do you think that you can catch him?
Yes, the candle here is still warm, so he left only a few minutes before our arrival. But it is the missing violin case and the large pistol which concern me. We know that he is quick-tempered and volatile. It is never wise to leave a gun quite capable of killing a bull in the hands of someone like that.
Did he leave to go to the address which was written in the invisible ink, do you think?
Undoubtedly, Watson. And as for the missing spade, I can tell you that it can be used for digging. Are
왓슨한테
you
꼽
ever
존나
going to
주네.
stop delaying me with endless questions?
So, gentlemen, have you found anything?
We have learned
옆에서 왓슨이 똥 다 닦아주는데.
not return.
That makes me feel better. Thank you, gentlemen.
We are going to pay a visit to that mysterious address, Watson. But first, we must detour to Lambeth.
Lambeth? What are we going to do there?
Pick up an old friend. He will be a precious help in our locating Mr. Hampford.
Good. And who is this friend?
A friend who helped us in the case you so romantically titled The Sign of the Four.
헉, 여긴 어디야?
Here we are at the address that the nephew took such care to hide.
I wonder what it is that links this place with the bishop's murder.
The reason for the quarrel between the young man and his uncle is somewhere here in this industrial area, and that is what he has come to look for this evening.
It's an enormous area, and there are dozens of potential hiding places. How on earth are we
에피소드
going
하나가
to
꽤
find
기네.
The old
거의
dog
4시간이네.
Toby is the
이것도
best
에피소드 한 3, 4개 하면
sleuth in
끝나겠다.
town. If
어,
the
토비 오랜만이네.
Mr. Hampford is here, Toby
우리
will
냄새
find him
맡는
without any doubt.
But I've
맹견.
rarely seen such an old dog. Do you really trust his sense of smell, Holmes?
Absolutely. Besides, you are going to follow him. Take the bark and go around that disused factory. If the nephew wishes to run away, he can do so only through there. If you find him, hold on to him until I rejoin you.
Very well.
Get ready, Watson. Let the battle commence.
Toby's sense of smell is legendary, but he needs to know what he is looking for. Search, Toby. Search. There's a good dog.
착하지. 멍멍. 내가 멍멍이가 됐네. 호잉. 오. 멍멍이 감각 제대로구만.
Toby, you have found his trail.
멍멍. 씨발 왜 끊겨? 주인님 더 모르겠어요. 일단 갈까요? 아. 왜 끊겼지?
Toby.
아니 좆됐네. 대충 올라가 볼까?
I don't think he came here.
만들어 가죠. 계속도 레전드구만. 여기도 있다.
Our man came this way. Nothing of interest here. He wasn't able to get past here. He was wounded.
오 잠깐만. 그럼 여기로 돌아왔겠네. 오 쉣.
The lever is stuck.
왜 레버를 알지도 못하면서 만져보냐고. 홈즈야.
Closed.
Closed.
Our man came this way.
에? 여길 갔다고? 지랄인데?
Grease.
더 뭐 있어? 홈즈 형. 뭐 갈 데가 없는디? 뭐야 시발. 바로 공략으로 넘어가 주면서. 아, 기름통 얻은 걸로 아까 레버 땡기는 거구나. 랄소나 그게 무슨 말이니? 아. 지? 그리고 다시 돌아가면 뭐 달라져 있나? 설마 이거 내가 해, 강아지가 해야 돼? 아, 진짜예요? 홈즈 미친놈이네 이거. 서커스를 시키노. 아, 점점 낮은 거로 가야 되는구나. 맞나? 넘어가는 게 아니라? 잠깐만, 막혔어. 넘어가는 건가? 으차. 으차. 왔다. 뭐야? 뭐야 이거? 아, 저 오른쪽으로 넘어가는 거구나. 오케이, fuck. 딱 알았어. 아니 또 멍멍이야? 어디까지 부려먹어? 아니 이런 걸 할 줄 알아? 아니 말이 돼 너. 아오.
Good dog, Toby.
늙은 견공 토비는 배지랄로 넘어가고 얘는 그냥 딸깍. 멍멍 이쪽이에요.
He left by this door. Locked from the inside.
아. 또 뭐 해야 되는데? 또 어떤 원복 콤보를 해야 돼 또. 뭐지? 어떻게 가? 응? 여기 뭐가 있구만. 아하. 설마 그거 타고 올라가나요? 이러다 떨어지면 뒤지는 건디. 천재견 뭐야 이거. 강형욱도 혀를 내두르겠다. 아니 이걸 어떻게 하는 거냐고 강아지가. 잉? 여기 맞아? 여기 어디야? 오잉?
The door is locked, but we can force it. The door is locked, but we can force it.
어떻게? 아하.
Some ice picks are missing.
뭔 간식이요. 그냥 음식 남은 거 주는 거지. 아, 요걸 여기서 올라가셨네.
He used ice picks to climb through the window.
항항질경련 최고의 포수 신경현. 이제 뭐해? 이글스의 안방마님. 아니 홈즈야 들어와서 뭐 어쩌라고 이 새끼야.
The door.
강제로 어떻게 하는 건데 그래서. 아. 아, he's a superstar. 섹스 머신. 아, 또 뒤져봐야 돼? 어, 이겼다. 됐나? 야, 이런 것까지 조땡이가 찾아줘야 돼? 미친놈이네 이거. 바스커빌에게
He took
독하다
the
독해.
gaff here and cut a piece of fire hose.
이렇게까지 열심히 움직였어야 되나 저 친구는. 이제 그만 써먹어도 되지 않나? 어디까지 가야 돼?
Our man must be on the other side of the gate. Our man must be on the other side of the gate.
셜록 홈즈는 뭐야 이거?
It would be better not to go down there.
멍멍. 어? 여기 있다. 아니 또? 노예예요 노예. 레전드 레전드. 남의 공장 다 부수네 셜록. 미친 새끼 너.
Carriage tracks.
핵핵. 갈 길 없다. 이때는 사실 기물 파손죄고 뭐고 안 들키면 그만 이야긴 해. CCTV가 없잖아.
Locked from the inside.
아, 또 안에서 잠거 씨팔 그냥. 뭔 근지지게 재보여. 포인트나 만들라 그래. 잘 보소. 언제까지 조땡이로 해야 돼, 셜록아. 어? 너가 좀 하면 안 되겠니? 안쪽에서도 잠겼잖아. 길이 뭐지? 진짜 보트야? 다 막혀있는데? I'm on a boat, yeah. It's going fast, yeah. 안 타죠? 아, 어쩌라고! 확 물어버리고 싶네, 이거. 다리 잡아 뜯고 싶네, 그냥. 자메이카 통다리처럼. 요거. 안 되냐?
Locked from the inside. Locked from.
알아, 이 새끼야. 총이야? 아닌데. 알탭 해야 돼? 씨발? 더 이상 할 게 없는디? 아니, 발자국은 저도 보여요. 이게 고양이요, 강아지요.
Toby, don't jump. Let us find another way in.
야, 이런 건 또 사려?
Toby, don't jump.
그럼 어디로 가?
Locked.
그러면 다른 길이 어딘데잉? 진짜 배 타? 아으. 어쩌라고. 이거 생각해보니까 인간이 점프하면 되잖아. 왜 걔한테. 셜록홈즈면 저 정도는 뛰어도 될 것 같은데.
Toby, don't jump. Let us find another way in.
알테페 주면서. 썰퐁스 반갑다. 뭔 소리지?
Search, Toby. Search. Here's a good dog.
레전드. 독하다 독해.
Now, I can go down.
개새끼 언제까지 해야 되냐. 이러다가 지뢰 밟아서 그냥 깨갱하면서 터져도 모르겠어. 뭐야 이거. 이게 고양이요 강아지요? 진짜 고양이네. 호비 바로 사라져 주면서. 오우 쉣. 공장 개빡세 보이네. 이거 약간 바이오 하자드인데? 여기서 좀비 나올 것 같냐? 왜 이렇게 괴물 나올 것 같냐? 뭘 용암에 떨어져서 하지. 그럼 추리를 못 하잖아. 어? 찾았다.
Safe here. Safe.
이 악물고 쫓아왔어.
Don't be afraid.
But
Keep
it's
calm.
you. Stay away.
I want to talk to you. Don't be hysterical. Drop your gun.
I don't trust you. You're out to get me. Don't come any closer.
The poor man. What a dreadful end.
He has definitely gone.
뭘 확실히 죽어버렸군요.
But why was he afraid of you? He was terrified when he saw you.
He must have mistaken me for someone else. Let's go. We have nothing more to do.
What?
We have been running around all night, Holmes, and I've had enough. And that poor young man. Let's find a police station and...
There's no question of calling the police. Is that understood?
경찰에 대해서는
Instead,
말하지
let
말자.
us see how we might continue our investigation.
Very well, Holmes. Holmes, it seems that everywhere we go, there is a catastrophe.
가는 곳마다
But here we
참사가.
are at a standstill.
Let us return to Baker Street as quickly as possible.
사실상 이거는 홈즈가 살인한 거 아니야? 홈즈가 안 쫓아왔으면은 안
all that
죽었잖아.
for nothing. Oh, they didn't find anything. Sherlock Holmes isn't a nice man, is he? I don't think I like him now.
Look what I found.
Don't do that. We don't like him, but you shouldn't hit him like that.
Give that back. It's only a doll.
This is Sherlock Holmes's attic. All this must have been.
알면서 이러고 있는
I want to know
거였어?
what
이
happens
씹새들.
next. Keep reading.
3 trails and 2 dead ends. The poor nephew is dead, but Baines has the bishop's murderers. The only one left is the rat killer. Have you questioned him?
생각해보니까
네.
쥐 사냥꾼 탈옥시켜놓고 뭐 했냐?
May I ask when you're going to do it?
When I have found him.
What? You're not trying to tell me that he's
그
escaped
와중에 또
again?
도망쳤어?
Yes, but this time it's not your fault, nor mine for that matter.
You've been using me, Holmes. I unwittingly aided one of the most dangerous criminals in the kingdom to
안 할만해.
escape. So please tell me why.
An explanation would be futile. It would only lead to further pointless questions.
But do you have even the slightest notion as to where he might be hiding?
Forget Hans Schielmann for the moment, Watson. Just concentrate on the fact that the bishop is on the chessboard.
In any case, the news has spread like wildfire. Look at the headlines. All the papers are talking about it. And the Globe Explorer, their editors must be jumping for joy.
Let the dogs bark with the pack, Watson.
But how could Farley be so well informed? Look, he also mentions our visit to the opium den. and in great detail.
나한테 계속
How did
개소리야
he know?
신문에다가 글로브지에다가 개소리 하더네.
What you might think, Watson, I do not consider that all of our
걔가 너무 자세히 알고
trades are
있다.
dead ends. We're simply missing a common denominator, something that links them together. And our journalist's mystery informer might just be that missing link.
Should we attempt to uncover his identity?
It is essential that we do so. Let us examine the map. We must talk to Mr. Farley.
쥐 사냥꾼으로 유명한 한스 쉴먼은 살인 혐의로 수감되었다. 하지만 탈옥에 성공했다. 탈옥에 성공한 걸 알고 있는 사람은 왓슨 박사다. 홈즈는 한스 쉴먼을 신문하기 위해서 교도소를 방문했다고 한다. 교도소장의 말에 따르면 만약 바카스 도와주지 않았다면 탈옥하지 못했을 거다. 주명의 옹이자는 아편굴에서 덜미가 잡혔다고 한다. 직원을 추궁해봤지만 구체적인 답변을 들을 수 없었다. 그 시간에 셜록 홈즈가 아편굴에 있었다는 사실이 밝혀졌다. 실제로 관리인 첸 차우 씨는 직원 중 한 명을 폭행했다는 혐의로 탐정을 고소한 상태다. 직원은 팔에 주사기가 꽂힌 채 기절하는 상태로 발견되었다고 전해진다. 아 근데 왜 이렇게 잘 알아? 어떻게 알았지? 왜 당국에 연락을 취하지 않고 홀로 손을 썼던 것인가? 왜 경비를 폭행했던 것인가? 이응 팔리. 근데 왜 이렇게 잘 알고 있냐 이 새끼? 리얼.
Here we are at Farley's office. One cannot say that ethics play a very large role in his life. Look at the headlines pinned to the walls, like trophies of bad
뭐야
taste.
이거?
Perhaps we will finally begin to understand the reasons for his persistence in tarnishing your reputation.
Perhaps.
왓슨이 나 족대게 하고 있다고?
Coffee.
커피 좋지 좋지.
I cannot leave. This is an electric.
누전기. 아니 집이 되게 좋네 이 사람.
This door is locked.
What should we do?
This door is locked.
뭘 갑작스레 방에 가는 게 두려워. 잠겨있을 수도 있지 남의 집인데. 또라이 새끼 아니야 이거. 남의 옷도 막 뒤져보면서.
A press card. Osmond Farley. It's his overcoat.
Cigarettes. An ordinary, inexpensive.
담배는 저가 제품이네.
I must go out for a while, Miss Jean. I won't be long. Ask my appointments to wait, and send this message as a matter of urgency.
Mr. Osmond Farley, I presume.
뭐야?
Messrs. Holmes and Watson. What a surprise.
아, 난 또 시력 없는
What is
사람인
there so
줄.
surprising about being visited by the targets of your slander?
I never slander. I inform.
You will have to accept the consequences of these
근데
articles.
어느 정도 맞는 말이긴 하잖아. 헨리가 아니 뭐야.
Mr. Holmes.
홈즈가 막 나가긴 했잖아.
I merely warn.
You don't frighten me, Mr. Holmes. I know all of your little secrets. And soon all of London will find out what really hides behind the facade of the impeccable detective. Thanks to my work, the whole world will discover the true Sherlock Holmes.
고소당할 만 하잖아.
Gentlemen, I don't wish you a good day.
What a bore! Even to the point of refusing to shake our hands.
대신 화내주면서.
Which means that we can avoid having to wash them. Did you notice the crumbs on his jacket?
아오 그 와중에 뭔 기름 어쩌고 저쩌고요.
In grease, the same as his mouth.
Slovenly habits. That's quite disgusting, Holmes.
Disgusting,
Do not be
Holmes.
deceived, Watson. The workmanship in those tailor-made clothes indicate that he is a man who takes pride in his appearance. If Farley has left without brushing off his jacket or washing his hands, then it is because he spotted our approach and wished to avoid us at all costs.
But why?
We will find out by searching his office.
The secretary will stop you. Please reassure me, Holmes, you don't intend upon knocking her out?
Only if we exhaust every other viable alternative. I cannot. This is.
방 뒤진다고 설마 여기서?
The secretary is occupied in sending a telegram via their electric telegraph. Farley asked that she should do so before he left.
We must find a way of interrupting the transmission, which will oblige her to go to the telegraph office in Kensington. It will take her some time to get there, And if we add on the time it takes to send the telegram and then return here, we should have ample time to search the office without being disturbed.
I suppose it's unnecessary to point out the illegality of this search?
I'm afraid so. This hangar has a large iron...
설마 철제 후크로
We must find a way of getting into... We must find...
사무실에 들어가서
We
그녀를
must find a way of getting into the office.
외출하게 하게 할 방법. 나 누전기 그냥 좆대기 하나요?
Closed. I need a tool to...
레전드.
I can hear an electrical humming.
야, 그 기자 아니야. 그거 PC방 전원되는 거 아니야.
Let us see if I
직접
can
한번
cause a
실험해 보겠습니다.
short circuit.
어디랑 이어져야 되지? 됐나?
Let us see if I can cause a...
아, 여기도 있어야 돼? Fuck. 됐다.
Let us see if I can cause a...
뭘 됐다야. 응? 아. 진짜 됐다.
There we are. It is simplicity itself.
Oh, that's just too bad.
Get out quickly, Watson. I'm going to hide here.
어떻게 숨는 거요?
The way is clear.
미친 새끼네 이거.
Let's go, Watson.
자기 욕하는 기사 좀 썼다고 그냥 남의 집 뒤지는 인성 보소.
A page of this notebook has been torn out. We can only see the title in shorthand and today's date. It's a message that the secretary must send urgently. I'm going to recopy it.
You can read shorthand? You never cease to amaze me.
Perhaps. But no, a man must have...
셜록홈즈에 관한 수사에 관해서 그의 동료들에게 으로부터의 방문이 있은 후
A makeup case with a good brush.
화장품은 왜 훔쳐가는 건데?
Someone has written something on a sheet of paper. There are traces of
이거
it
아까 그
remaining.
종이랑 좀 비슷하게 생겼다.
I can make out the marks.
징.
I must look.
응?
I can make out the marks. I can make out...
아, 뭔가 더 있어야 된다.
The ribbon is...
잉크 리본이 사라졌다.
The ribbon...
아니냐 이거?
I must look. I must. Someone has written. I can make out the marks.
뭐지?
But I need.
일단 딴 데가.
Here is Farley's secretary's telegram.
이야. 자부심이 좀 있으신가벼.
This ashtray as well. The cigar end is still hot.
담배 피시네 이분.
This ash comes from an ordinary.
제 저기다 뿌리면 되겠다.
This cigar is of a fine quality.
And it is not even finished.
Farley was not alone when...
You are thinking of the owner of the cigar.
다른 사람이랑 같이
Yes, the reporter smokes
있었다.
ordinary cigarettes. Can you smell the
클라리시모
subtle scent? Our
여송년.
mysterious visitor is a
이런
rich
걸 어떻게
man,
아냐?
Watson. This category of
비싼
Havanas is exorbitant. And I can't
여송년이고.
imagine a cigar lover crushing out such a marvelous smoke before
얘도
finishing it.
마약해서 그런지 이런 거
Since we saw
좋아하네.
no one leaving the building,
숨겨진
that
출구가
must
있다
point to
여기에.
a secret exit.
How are we going to
부유한
find
사람이
it?
By
방문했었다.
retracing Farley's steps.
오잉? 갑자기? 손님은 피웠다. 피우고 앉았다. 이건 아직 다 안 채워진 거 아니야? 딴 거 다 하고 와야 될 듯? 더 콰이엇이 시가 피운 이후로 연초 끊고 뭐 그런 데잖아요.
Judging from all the notes on the board, our reporter is
그리고
an
시가는
assiduous
중독
and
증세가
organized
없대잖아요.
worker.
템스강에서 익사한 시체 어쩌고 저쩌고 53세 선원.
A horrible story.
이거 왕자잖아. 우드빌 왕자. 이거 왜 갖고
A
있냐?
photograph of Prince Woodville. Farley is evidently.
처음 피면 잘 모를 것 같긴요. 시가 궁금하면은 마약도 궁금할지도. 단신 지난 일요일 웨일즈 앵글시의 홀란 바이르 푸훌 귄기 헐 고게로 허른드로브 홀란드 왓? 수녀원에 있던 16명의 수녀들이 서로를 먹어치웠다고? 얘네들도 뭐 그거 됐나 본데? 독에 그렇게 됐나 본데?
Here's what is strange.
장 개독함? 그래.
Our man left his sandwich.
샌드위치 다 안 먹다가 냅두고
This
나가버렸네.
armchair is out of place. Someone closed the curtain.
오늘 아침 자네를 찾아가겠네. 이 변진 없애버리시겠나. 급 받아내야겠네. 우리들의 진정한 계획에 대해 폭로한 게 무척이나 놀랍. 결과가 좋으면 수단이야
This paper
상관없지
only
않겠나.
just escaped the flames.
But who is this note about? And who wrote it?
I will deal with it later. The key is still in the lock.
다시 해볼까?
I understand what you want.
오.
I can see what has been written. Please write it down.
Very well, Holmes.
안 들키면 돼요. 홈즈에 관해서 DF 열 서랍의 물건을 준비하도록. 응? DF 열 서랍?
I cannot.
열쇠다.
A bunch of keys, a telephone, a
전화기도
technological
있구나
marvel.
이때.
A number was written next to it quite recently.
1313?
Fine, educated hand.
Holmes, this number seems very familiar.
Yes, but let us dial it to be sure. Miss, get me 1313, please.
설마 그 경감이
Beginning to understand.
연결되어 있나?
Lucky you.
I wonder which drawer the secretary was interested in.
L 아까 그거 있잖아. DF구나.
I can't do that.
에?
I can't.
뭘 그럴? 아하.
The DF drawer. Of course, the one in the message that we deciphered from the secretary's desk blotter. There are a lot of cards. I must find out which one was consulted last.
응?
There are a lot of cards.
마지막으로 들여다본 게 뭔지 알아야겠다고?
I can't. There are a lot of cards. There are a lot of cards. I must find out which one was consulted last.
이러고 닫아버리네. 뭐야 이거?
We must.
This book has fallen.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. My word, it's my stories about your investigations.
A real investigative reporter must have read them, my dear Watson.
이게 왜 있냐?
My adventures have fallen from this shelf.
지가 그냥 부자 형님 나중에 만나면 얻어펴. 뭘 사?
There are a lot of cars. There are.
어떻게 하는 거지 이걸?
Someone.
일단 이걸 먼저 볼까? 기자는 고의로 불 속에 던졌다. 완전히 탔는지는 확인하지 못했다. 그 4랑 6이랑 똑같은데. 일단 책이 뭐였지?
This book.
The Adventures
A real.
그냥 나에 대해 추리하고 싶어서 읽었다고? 여기랑 여긴인데 마주 앉은 게 아니네. 이건 모르겠는데 왜 이렇게 돼 있지? 아직 부족해. 아 그래도 막 못 살 정도는 아니네.
There are a lot of cards. I must find out which one was consulted last. There are Nike.
아으.
This arm.
결국은 술이요? 맨날 술이야. 더 할 거 없는디? 아 순서구나 이거. 아. 아. 아니 바로 알탭. 촉같네. 아니 잠깐만 근약이 좀 나랑 순서가 다르게 돼 있네. 수용소 나 이미 했는데. 아 됐다. 전화기 옆에서 열쇠를 챙기라고? 아 열쇠 챙겼잖아. 챙겼고 아... DF 서류함을 열고 파란색 잉크가 묻혀있는 걸 보라는데? 결국
There
이거였어?
are a lot of cards. I must find out which one was consulted last. There are a
파란색
lot
잉크가
of
어딨어?
cards. I must find out which. There are a lot of.
애초에
There are a lot
눌러지지가
of
않는디.
cards.
씨발.
There are a lot of cards. I must find out which one was consulted last.
뭐지? 파란색 잉크를 묻혀있는 걸 보라는디.
There are a lot of cards.
그러니까 이거 눌러도 그냥
There are a
돌아가
lot
버림.
of cards. There are a lot of cards. I must find out which one was consulted last.
아니 왜 지 혼자 나가냐고 이거.
There are a lot.
아 버그인가 이거? 왜 지 혼자 나가냐? 씨발려나. 아 블로그 글 저거밖에 없어. fuck. 대도서관 실황 10년 전.
Watson,
우리 머도서관님 보고 배워볼까?
Look into our.
Absolutely. Besides,
물론이야.
it would be easier to move big.
자, 왜 5화에서 끊기셨지? 대도서관님 왜 하다가 6위에요? 왜 5화에서 더 안 올렸어, 대도서관님?
이거는
다른 사람 거 봐야겠다.
Anyway. Do you have a morgue?
로 가보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 어쨌든 문지기에
나 생각보다 많이 했네.
의문이 있다는 거죠. 이게 경로가 되거든요. 담요 구호 활동에 필요한 자금을 지원하.
여기다.
지금 있네요. 예. 아까 조사한 게 모자라서 이게 안 됐었던 거네. 자.
How to find the right.
아, 조사를 더 해야 여기에 안 다치나 보네. 뭘 조사해야 되는 거지?
We must.
A page of this notebook has.
You can.
Perhaps. The ribbon is.
뭘 안 한 거지? 하, 씨발. 으아. 재떨이에서 담뱃재를 챙기고 틀어진 의자, 책상 뒤 서류판. 책상 뒤 서류판? 했잖아 이거. 나 봤잖아. 씨벌. 아, X됐다. 아니 우드벨 왕자 사진도 했는데 다 했는데 나 왜 이게 안 되냐?
Our man.
There are a lot of cards. I must find out which one was consulted last.
이러고 나가지면 안 되는데 다른 사람 한 거 보면 여기서 멈춰 있는데 나가죠. 왜지?
이걸
There are a
지금은
lot of cards. How to find the right one?
이거 봐.
아 됐네요. 예.
이 사람도 안 되다가 됐나 본데?
안 나왔네요. 아직 5개는 뭔가 나올 것 같습니다. 자, 아마 이게 다 찾은 것 같은데, 이 잉크 바꾼 거 건프로 잉크가 묻어 있고.
이걸 안 찾았구나. 그냥 게임을 끄고 유튜브를 볼까요라니. 야, 이 새끼요! 근데 이거 왜 다시 잡으려니까 안 잡히냐, 게임이? 아이씨, 왜 이래? 왜 이래, 이거? 됐다. 네. 아, 씨발,
The
이걸 못
secretary
찾았네.
has just
아으, 아으,
changed the
아으,
typewriter
아으.
ribbon. There are smudges of dark blue ink.
이제 잉크를
There are a
찾아냈으니까
lot of cards.
이렇게 뽑아낼 수 있는 거구나.
These blue stains come from an old typewriter ribbon.
똑같네. 우드빌 왕자, 왕실과 긴밀한 관계를 가지고 있고 정식으로 왕자위고 민중 사이에서 크나큰 존경, 박애주의적 자선활동. 그래. 스스로 대중들에게 친근한 사람이라고 얘기하지만 비평론자들은 포퓰리즘의 대변인. 지적이고 세련됐지만 눈치 없는 발언이 있을 때에는 돌연스럽게 변하기도 한다.
This card has got grease marks on it. The reporter made them. Apparently, he's making inquiries about
그냥
Prince Woodville too.
But where do you come into
뭔가
all
좋아
this?
보이는 사람은
Look,
다
if we
조사하나
pull the
보네.
curtain a little, we can see out into the street.
이제 진짜 할 수 있다 이거. 그래. 홈즈를 봤다고? 홈즈를 보고 뛰쳐나오면서 밀치고 고의로 불 속으로 던지고 실수로 책상에서 떨구고 이게 뭐지? 근데 여기서 어떻게 봐? 못 보잖아. 이거 아닌 것 같은데. 아, 기자가 여기 앉아 있었고 홈즈가 보였고. 아, 근데 이러면 말이 안 되는데. 어떻게 얘기를 이렇게 해? 치코바 반갑다잉. 씨발. 어지럽네. 얘 4, 5는 맞는데 1, 2, 3이 아 그러면 그냥 섞으면 되는구나. 안 되는데요? 이 5번은 맞다는 걸 어떻게 알지? 갑자기? 오. 책을 실수로 떨궜고 홈즈를 본 게 맞네. 여기에 탈출 통로가 있었나 보네. 홈즈가 있었다. 아, 제발 거의 다 했는디. 아. 하, 씨발. 예. 아니 맞잖아. 홈즈 보고 뛰쳐나오고. 아, 잠깐 3이 없다. 잠깐만, 순서가 맞긴 맞는데 3이 없네. 아, 이걸 안 했네. 씨발. 된 거 아님? 아, 밑에 있는 거 몰랐어.
which was given to him by his secretary just before she changed the ribbon on her typewriter. The reporter's greasy fingerprints are all over the card. When he went to file it away, he glanced automatically out of the window and saw us in the street.
He closed the filing cabinet and rushed to lock his office door. In his haste, he pushed his chair aside, but didn't think to return it to its place.
Precisely. He then hurried to tell his visitor of our arrival and showed him the way out. He then threw a piece of paper into the fireplace.
But we still don't know how the cigar-smoking visitor departed.
The answer lies in the direction the reporter took, Watson. At a certain moment, he would have been in a place where he had no logical reason to be. Look at our deduction board, and then let us go to the place where the reporter should not be. Look at our deduction board, and then let us go to the place where the reporter should not be.
기자가 잊지 말했어야 했을걸? 뭔 소리야? 서류함을 닫자마자 우리를 보고 서류함을 닫고 문을 잠그고 의자를 밀쳤고 나가는 방법을 알려줬고 종이 조각을 던져 넣었고 기자가 움직인 방향 으아 문 닫아야 돼 하고 닫은 다음에 아 왜 여기로 갔을까? 여기 맞는 것 같은데? 으아 이발 여기 아니야? 슈발려나
Our map. This arm. Someone closed.
아니.
My this.
이 개새끼야. 아 상황판으로 클릭을 하라고?
Perfect.
아이 씨발.
Yes, Watson. In his haste, Farley. There's a control box built into the filing cabinet. This box must open this.
We don't know the combination, Holmes.
The answer is perhaps within the question, my dear fellow.
네? 뭐요? 뭔데?
That's not right.
알았다. 6? 아닌가?
That's not right.
이발려나. (4, 6이) 뭐지? 아니 알파벳 순서 아니었어? 아 뭐야?
That's not.
숫자가 또 있었네.
That's not.
아. 이거 베이커가 아니야? 제26P 왜 말해주는 건데?
There we are. It is simplicity itself. Let us go and look at this secret exit, Watson.
잠시만요. 왼쪽 숫자에는 6을 더하고 오른쪽 알파벳에는 다음 6번째 알파벳을 입력하면 됩니다. 아. 넵. 말해버리면 어떡해요. 혼자 알아낼라 그랬는데. 실망이네. 다 알아냈는데 진짜. 뭐야 씨발.
No.
오잉? 모자 주웠다.
Chance has smiled upon us, Watson. This hat was almost certainly abandoned by our mysterious visitor. Imagine the scene. In his hurry, the cigar man drops his top hat. The door closes. The hat is caught beneath it. Fearing above all that he should be discovered, he does not attempt to retrieve it, instead preferring to flee.
Who would take such action to avoid meeting us?
I cannot tell as yet, but it is certain that he carries the advantage of knowing us. We must discover his identity in order to redress the balance, and this hat will help us. Let us return to Baker Street.
이제 진짜 그니커 스트리트 가는 거야?
Let's hope that an examination of this top hat will reveal to us the identity of its owner.
It will, you can be sure of that.
For once, I must insist that you allow me to work alone, Holmes.
As you wish. Take your time. I will examine this hat at my work table. I will examine...
모자.
This hat is of an exceptional quality. The man who
뭐 아까
owns it
시가도
is
피운다
wealthy.
했으니까.
This hat was made to measure by a well-known hatter located near the old bay. His hair is graying, and judging by the odor, he
50대
puts
초반
camphor
백발.
in it. Heat marks and a strong smell of
흡연가.
tobacco. A cigar heat mark.
아 뭐해?
His hair. Someone has changed the ribbon for another, more
유행에
modern
민감함.
one, which shows a
기혼자다.
slight heat marks. Slight. The man wears glasses, and whenever he puts them on, he grazes the sides of his hat. This would suggest that he is educated
안경 쓰면
and
학식이 있는
long-sighted
거야?
rather than short-sighted. I now have an excellent description of the man that I am looking for. The journalist's mysterious visitor is in a profession highly placed on the social scale. He is rich and married. He must have called Scotland Yard in
그러게,
Farley's
깐진하게 닮네.
presence. He frequents the law courts, from which he makes his purchases. This man is a judge. Let us look through my files to see if I can identify this judge. I have a memoir on the most influential judges.
갑자기 이걸 왜 찾는 거지? 나 욕하네가지고. 아 여기 왓슨 방이잖아.
I have found my file. I must place it on my work table. I have found...
아니 이 새끼 아니야? 그냥 이 새끼인데요? 셜록홈즈 이 새끼인데요? 아니 얘잖아 그냥. 안경은 모르겠고 얘네들은.
That's not right.
네?
That's not.
다른 애를 굳이 표시해야 돼? 아 모자 여기 있네. 안경 쓰는구나. 얘도 안경 쓰고. 얘 기혼인지는 모르겠네. 얜 기혼이고. 이 새끼인가? 얘도 기혼이네. 야, 왜 안경이 갑자기 생기냐? 이 씨발아. 송현은 안 피우는 것 같아. 얘는 백발 이야기엔 가발 아니야? 얘가 여송현을 피우면 완벽한데. 얘는 피우네. 아니 근데 콧수염이 검은색이잖아. 얘는 확대해보면 또 하얀색 같기도 하고. 얘 안경 손에 있어. 모자 없냐? 얘 모자가 없네 아쉽게도. 그러니까 확대하니까 그림이 바뀌어. 얼탱이가 없네 그냥. 이 새끼 아님?
That's not right.
씨발년.
That's not. That's not. That's not.
됐다 씨. 가운데 새끼 맞잖아. 장난치냐고.
Have you discovered the top hat's secrets, Holmes?
Watson, this hat belongs to Sir Coots Beckett, a judge of the court at the Palace of Justice in London.
판사요?
A judge? Wait, did you say Sir Beckett? That name rings a bell. Yes, that's it. What an extraordinary coincidence. Holmes, I was reading something about him in the Globe Explorer only this morning.
Decidedly, this Beckett seems to have solid ties with the gutter press.
I bought it from a rascal who ran off without giving me my change. I'm sure that I've seen him before, and...
Spare me the details, Watson. Show me the article.
그 새끼잖아. 훌륭한 판사 쿠츠 베켓경의 부인인 지들끼리 아니까 훌륭한 판사라고 하네. 근래에 찾아보기 힘든 여성이다. 어쩌고 저쩌고. 150명에 가까운 궁핍한 아이들이 여기서 읽고 쓰는 법을 배운다. 어쩌고 저쩌고. 훌륭한 치안 판사 어쩌고 저쩌고. 그러니까 지들끼리 빨아주네 돈 받고.
In Portsmouth. That means her husband is at home alone. Good. We shall pay a courtesy call, Watson. With a little luck, we shall leave with a few habanos clarissimo.
That you should interest a judge of the High Court isn't surprising. You have solved so many criminal affairs that there are 1,000 reasons why a magistrate.
이러니까 판사가 사건 내용을 다 저 기자한테 알려줘서 내 일들을 다 들킨 거였구나.
It's surprising. Perhaps he simply wishes to avoid being seen in the company of this Farley fellow.
Mr. Kirby, our local postman, owes me a favor. He'll give me Beckett's address. At this hour, he should still be at the post office. I'll go there, Holmes.
Good, Watson, but be quick about it. While you're gone, I'll make preparations for our visit.
Sir Coutts Beckett. I've got the address. We can go round after a nice cup of tea.
Don't get too comfortable.
아 근데 이거
Watson.
언제
We're leaving
끝나?
immediately.
5시간째인데? 미친놈이네.
This is the front of Judge Beckett's
이게
property.
에피소드가 없는
It's
건가?
enormous.
아니면
It looks very luxurious.
그냥 에피소드 하나가 존나 긴 건가?
Man has conducted his career brilliantly. Who says that crime doesn't pay? It all depends upon for whom.
와, 저
You never
득질이네.
said a truer word, Watson. Now let's try to
나중에
find a
또
way.
안으로 몰래
What's
들어가려고.
that package you are carrying, Holmes? You haven't said a word about it all the way here.
Cakes for my old aunt.
Your old aunt. Stop pulling my leg, Holmes.
If you want a sensible answer, then you should ask a sensible question.
Very well. I'm going to ring the doorbell. That should be an appropriate task for someone like me.
No, leave it. I'll do it.
쭉 이어지니까 그냥 계속하게 되네. 아니 그냥 솔직히 이게 첫 번째 에피소드였으면은 누가 죽였네 알아냈음 하고 끝나는데 안 끝나니까잉. 잠깐만. 공략을 봐버렸는데 이거 다음이 끝나는데 게임이? 진짠가? 이거 3개밖에 안 했는데? 이게 에피소드 1, 이게 에피소드 2, 이게 에피소드 3였던 건가? 5시간 했어요. 넵. 재미 있었고요. 아니 근데 이거 상점 페이지에서 후기 그 리뷰들 봤을 때 15시간 막 11시간 이러길래 좀 걸리는 줄 알아. 30시간도 있는데 뭐징? 뭐징? 뭘 이거보다 못할 수도 있다고 지랄 말아야. 아우 이 새끼요! 아니면 이 공략 쓴 사람이 공략을 거기까지밖에 안 썼을 수도 있고. 내일은 짬님이랑 저녁에 만나기로 해서 일찍 방송 키면은 많이는 못할 땐 요인. 아니 오늘 방송 개오래 했어. 아까 이 방송 하기 전에도 5시간 했고 지금 5시간 한 거면 10시간 했어. 졸려있냐나. 아까 루시 야무지게 했어. 내일은 딱 루시 한 번 더 해주고 아니면 마리오 좀 하고 그리고 셜록홈즈 마무리하면 되지 않을까. 그래. 내일은 아마 일어나서 키지 않을까요. 제가 언제 일어날지는 모릅니다. 아마 점심 2시? 일찍이면 2시쯤 아닐까잉. 늦으면 3, 4시. 그래. 잘 자라잉.